Lately I've been staring at the dark. Turn my inner demons into art. Struggle with the pain inside my heart. Wish I didn't care about what you want to say. What you want to say. What you want to say. What you want. Say what you want to say. 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 What you want no one.
Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Florida versus Daisy Link. We are in day 4. The state should be resting any minute because they had their last witness on the stand on Friday. If you're watching us live, court was off yesterday for the holiday. If you're watching us on replay, just know that today is Tuesday and last day was Friday, so they were off for 3 days. So let's get ourselves over here and reacclimate ourselves with the trial because it's been a couple days. We had Donna Adelson in between yesterday, her sentencing. So let's get ourselves back in line with Miss Daisy Link here. So Pedro Jimenez is the victim. This happened June 25th of 2022. Daisy Link is charged with second degree. The judge is Lodi Jean, and the prosecutor, still haven't gotten a name for the prosecutor. Defense is Antonio Tomas, and he is privately retained. So, prosecutors say that Link shot Jimenez outside their Miami-Dade home, while the defense claims it was self-defense following years of alleged DV. Daisy was claiming stand your ground, but a previous judge denied that, saying that her demeanor after the shooting, including joking comments and calm behavior, undermined her claim that she was in fear for her life. Video evidence and witness statements and body cam footage are all expected to play major roles in this high-profile case. And let's not also forget that while awaiting trial, she made headlines after it was discovered she became pregnant. And the father was Joan Depaz, and he was passing his boys through an air vent, and she got pregnant. So, interesting case. But what's what's really interesting is that I found some body cam that I think they may have been playing this, but because the angle of the camera to the TV screen is just not, it's not square on, it's really hard for us to see. So I'm not sure if they actually played this body cam or they didn't. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play some body cam for us. But before that, we shall welcome in Mike Morrow. Good to see you. Kathy Davis, what was false was the fantasy stuff he played out as real. Kimbers, Ohio, saying hello to 80s. I'll see if I can find everybody here. Let's see. Sweet Vampy, I thought Monster was fully true, and I will always think that. Not sure which one you're talking about. Let me just go back. Let's see. Kimbers, Ohio, Aussie Gardner. Yeah, Mike, stand your ground, but the victim was running away. As we found out through, through the evidence through the ME, he was shot through his outside left foot. Let's see, outside left foot, went through his Achilles heel to the inside, went into his right back thigh, and then exited to the right. So basically left to right, left foot to right thigh. So there's absolutely no way that he was doing anything other than running. I mean, just the physics show that that's what was happening, unless he was laying down and she was laying down and shot him, which just does not make sense. All right, let's see who's with us. Pammy, are you with us? There's Pammy. Good to see you. JRN is in the house. Kathy Smith saying hello. Virtuous, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. See, that's as far back as I can scroll. Linda, good morning to you. And Leighton, good to see you. Ed Gein, yes. Yeah, we watched it, and then we started to watch this 4-part documentary series on him as well. Yeah, he's an interesting character. He is not a serial killer. He is not. That's not the definition of a serial killer. So I found that everybody, was saying, oh, he's serial this, serial that, and the definition is not. He does not fit the definition, which I thought was interesting. I had no idea that he was the inspiration behind Norman Bates in Psycho, Leatherface in Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Hannibal Lecter in Silence of the Lambs. That was kind of interesting. All right, let's see. Valerie, yes. Yeah, we're going to pick up on Bianca. I called the news station today, and they said they're still not live streaming. They're in closing arguments today, and there very well may be a verdict. So I will caution you guys, if you guys do watch another channel and they announce the verdict, please do not tell us here. We want to be watching it as we watch it in our time. So if you do see it, please do not come in and tell us what the verdict is. They are closing arguments today, and I would expect they're going to probably have a verdict at some point today. So again, please do not spoil it for the rest of us. We will pick up on Bianca as soon as this stream ends, as soon as this day ends. We'll go over. Right now, I'm thinking it's 5:30 Eastern, but if these guys end early, we may just bounce over there as well. So again, please do not spoil Bianca if a verdict comes in, because again, I called the news station today and they said they will not be live streaming it, but they did say that when the verdict does come in, that will be live. So again, please do not spoil it for the rest of us. Joanne Jedi Platypus, good morning to you. And Richard in the kitchen, I don't think I said hello to you. Mel Stiller, good morning to you. Good to see you. Daisy Jane, hello, good to see you. 80s Music Man, Jenny Lynn. All right, Deb H. All right, you guys, let's get to it. Okay, I'm going to start off with Angelique, got to say hello to you. Good morning. All right, definitely going to give you a warning on this. This is body cam, and it is pretty intense. So, nope. This is the one I want. Sorry about that, guys. All right, so I will warn you. Definitely going to be if you're eating, then heads up, because this is pretty intense. This is graphic. So this is body cam on the night of Pedro's shooting. So heads up. This is going to be graphic. So if you're having breakfast or lunch or anything, just be aware. All right. All right, here we go. McCormick family, hello to you. I think I saw Shirley Roth come in. Sherry, that's about it. It takes place up in Ohio in Cleveland. And it's about a woman who is claiming not guilty by reason of insanity. She was having a psychotic moment, and she stabbed a little 3-year-old, and he took him out and stabbed the mother and stabbed her in the shoulder. She survived. Little 3-year-old did not. So it's a very, very emotional trial. Shirley, you're waiting for EEG. Okay, gotcha. Hope that goes well. All right. Just so you know, this is graphic, so heads up. And there's a couple body cams. I got a couple of them queued up.
47, myself, 54 and 41 road.
Don't move! Do not move!
Units arrival at 327, all units correct.
Hey, what's going on, man?
I see a hole from the back and a hole from the front. He was shot in his I took off his
Related
shirt.
to you?
No, he's actually my husband.
Oh, okay. Where is it at?
Right here. And you can see all this from the front. You can see the hole from the front.
Hey, just stay right there, boss.
Are you okay? Hello? Stay with me.
439.
It appears to be a GSW. It's going to be into the right leg, into the right thigh, and out the right thigh.
No,
hey, just
stay down,
there, boss.
stay down,
Hey, lay on
stay
your back,
down.
please. Hey, stay on your back.
Stay down.
All units correct.
Stay down.
Go in my trunk, grab right there's my trauma kit. Grab me gauze and all that.
Pedro, what the happened?
Pedro.
Where's the ambulance?
They're coming, mama. They're coming.
Look, there's a lot of blood there.
Open it up. I got my hands are dirty, bro. Grab me too. There's more.
Check and see if there's anything else.
We're gonna have to cut off his stuff.
Just cut it off. Do what you gotta do.
Just sit down, bro. My hand.
439 is fire arrival.
What's the best way for fire to come through?
Hey, are you okay? Pedro. Hey. Hello.
I don't see you. I'm in the alleyway.
Did you hit a major artery?
Somehow get you
Hello?
all units correct.
Pedro.
Pedro.
Hello. Pedro, stay with me. Hello. Look at me. Pedro. Hello. Look at me. Are you here? Are you with me?
Pedro. Hey, boss.
Oh my God.
Let me see, mama. Let me see.
No.
He's alright. He's still. Pedro.
No. Hey.
Mama, I need you to relax. I need you to calm down. Give me a second.
No.
Pedro. Hey, put pressure on that. Edwards, put pressure.
Hey. Pedro. Where the is the ambulance?
They're coming. Hey, I need you to calm down, mama. I need you to calm
Pedro.
down. What's the GSW at? Right there in the top.
Pedro. Hey. No. Hey. Look at me, please.
439 ET is
Pedro, please. No. Pedro. Hey. Look at me, please.
Pedro,
I need you to get up. Pedro, please.
Just shallow breathing at 330, all units correct.
Where the is the ambulance,
They're
please?
coming, ma'am. They're coming.
Hey, stay with me, please. Pedro, please. Pedro, please, stay with me. Oh my God. No. Pedro, please.
Don't.
447.
Hey.
All units correct.
No.
Ma'am, I need you to back up, please. I need you to back up. Back up, please. Pedro. Still got pulse. I hear fire. Where are they?
Sounds like on 50th Street.
You okay? Is there a pulse? No! No! No!
Pedro!
Pedro, please!
Ma'am, I need you to back up. Pedro!
Pedro, don't give up, buddy.
No, please! Don't let him go, please! What the
Ma'am, I need
up
you
here.
to back up.
447 was that firearm?
Please don't let him go, please!
Back up, please.
CPR.
Pedro!
447, I can't read you.
Just tell him we were starting CPR.
Got a pulse?
64, CPR, Roger.
Hey, did rescue see where we're at? I heard the truck.
We have an ETA on rescue?
No, I heard the truck.
The truck should be on that side.
Yeah, turn in.
Try to run up to them and guide them in here.
Pedro! Pedro! Come on, Pedro.
Is he breathing?
Stay with me. Yeah, relax. There you go, Pedro. Come on.
Don't give up, Pedro. You got this, bro.
Come on, boy. Hey. Pedro. Pedro.
454 for fire, they're showing arrival.
Pedro.
Please, I'm leaving it now. Kids on fire arrival, the mail at 333, is correct?
Is he? Is he?
Pedro.
Do you
Ma'am, I need you to back up, please.
have a pulse?
Yes, relax. Back up.
You to relax. You need, look, come over here.
Pedro. Hey, boss. Need you to tell me what happened? Pedro.
Who did this to you, bro?
Come on, Pedro. Pedro. Hey,
Pedro, please!
Pedro.
Do you have a pulse, please?
Pedro.
No, does he have a pulse? Where the is rescue? Where the is rescue?
Hey, he's got a weak pulse. GSW to the right thigh. It looks like a through and through.
What's this?
You guys got a tourniquet?
No, I didn't. Oh my God.
really-
He left about 45 minutes ago. He left my house. I live down the street.
We're going to pause that there. We will.
All right, so there is definitely a few things to unpack with that. Yes, there was a tourniquet. Yes, there was a tourniquet. And that was Sergeant Nicholson that came in. So there was a tourniquet. Remember they said that they weren't sure if a tourniquet had been applied. There's definitely a tourniquet. Let me rewind it. I'm just going to show that. I'm not going to show the whole thing again. There's some more body cam, but I'm going to show just... All right, I'm going to show just as, and I'll pause it. You'll see a tourniquet. Okay. That's wild. What the heck? Hold on a sec. Let me go back to, okay, that was weird. Hold on. All right, hold on. Yeah, she puts a tourniquet on him, or something's on him. There's something, she put something on him. Right? So now we understand the hole in his shorts. So there's something on him. Let me turn off this closed captioning. See right there. So she put a tourniquet on him. So I think, remember they said that he didn't have a tourniquet on him? So there's something. That's right. That's a tourniquet. That's something. She tied something around his his thigh there. So I'm pretty sure that they said that there was no tourniquet. So body cam shows that there was one. I'm not going to let that linger. Let me just find that testimony. Let's see. Daisy put on a tourniquet and called 911 10 minutes later. All right, so that was under cross, and that was under, whose testimony was that? That was Detective Melanie. Okay, so this is the detective that's on the stand right now. So they did say under cross, Daisy put on a tourniquet and called 911. All right. So she did put a tourniquet on. For whatever it's worth. All right. All right, here's some more body cam. And this is really helping me understand this case a lot better. I hope it's helping you. I know it's graphic. I'm sorry, but it's, if you can take, just kind of take it from an analytical standpoint, it's just helping me understand, the back alley. They're talking about this back alley. They're talking about how he was shot, all this stuff. So it's sorry. I mean, it sucks to see this guy, literally die in front of our eyes, but, it's all about finding out the truth, getting the truth. And this is helping me understand it a little bit better. All right. So here's some more body cam. This is from somebody else.
Yeah.
Unit attendants roving out the area.
Hey, Chevy, pull my car back.
Very well.
Pull my car back. Pull it back. Pull it back in this open spot for now.
Open it.
Yes, I'll open.
Go ahead.
I'll show you assisting in arrival at 336.
Hey, get it back to the opening, Chevy. Watch your feet. He's backing up. Go ahead, Chevy.
So show me this on arrival. Parking 12 right now.
Watch out, LT. He's coming back.
He's over with him. 336.
Go ahead, Chevy. Go. Okay.
443, you know our 423.
Hey, stop, Chef. Turn your wheel.
On routine or on a street device?
All the way. You got the tree. Turn the wheel hard this way.
This way?
Yeah. Back it up.
You found 443
Go ahead.
on routine. Here's 445 routine.
Hey, pull forward. Right there.
37.
All right, get the ropes.
Yeah.
Let's rope it off over here.
In my passenger seat.
I got gloves in my pocket.
In my passenger seat. Right there above my headrest, bro. You hear me? Hey, kill my overheads in.
Higher than I think it's going to be a 45. Higher than I think it's going to be a 45 at 338 on your square. And what are you looking for by your end? Yes, I'm arrival. Arrival. Ready to go.
What? Right there above my headrest. Passenger side. Hey, I think he... Hey, we'll start here, I guess, roping this off. I am.
439.
I'm just roping off this whole area, Chevy. Yeah, we're gonna probably have to go out to the road.
If we could,
We'll walk back that way. See.
yeah, just go off over here.
We'll have to put a car on that end, LT. I am.
Do we have any basics?
No, I don't know nothing. She said he left out. He hadn't come home, so she went looking for him. She found him in the alleyway, and she seen that he had the in and out in the thigh, right thigh. I was at 17. I was at 17 and 14, and I heard like a pop, and I started driving this way.
We have a potential
But I didn't hear, like it sounded more like a firework. So I started driving down 14, and then that's when they gave me the call. You got more this way?
And there you just heard him tell somebody else with law enforcement that Daisy Link said at the scene that she shot him in the alleyway. So again, it's not contested that she is the
So not contested that she was the one that shot him. All right, I love this body cam. Let's watch some more because we have like a half hour to waste here. So let's go back.
Yeah, we got blood there. LT, you walk. Hey, watch. Chevy, just don't step on it. Yeah.
7670. Ray 46. Attack shows on a 2004 grade 4 to Miami-Dade. Lopez Perez to Cage of 12.
We need to take this off. All this.
Looks like you got out of the car.
Somebody must have been driving, bro. If he was in the passenger.
Let's walk off the street.
Hey, give me hey, somebody got a car?
Hey,
23.
Grab the car. Ma'am, rescue's out with him, ma'am.
423. 423, just get. Yes, you're right. I see him on unit. We're gonna need 158 over.
Yeah. Yeah, complete blockage of the street. Yeah. Yo. Yeah, it wasn't even that long ago, bro. I was at 17 and 14, and I heard a pop, so I started driving down, and then they gave me the call. Yo. What? Hey, bro, I'm gonna use your fence. Appreciate you. Everyone's crazy.
What's the key page? They said they found a possible scene. Verifying at 1289 Northwest 4th Street in the driveway. 2011 reference. 2011 According to the blood trail, he seems to be walking around in circles, so we're blocking off the entire street.
I'll do that for you. You need it more west, or is that fine?
No, that's good there.
That's good. Yeah, I'm going to 3 for me. 2011 keep on to 3. Yes, sir.
Try to get his info.
Yeah. Hey, Chevy.
Let's get some rope
Chevy.
to get to. We need rope here too.
He's got it.
Because the whole front of
Hey, Chevy, you got a
Is he
weapon?
breathing?
I don't know, ma'am. He's out with rescue. Give me a second.
you please
Hey,
check his feet?
can you get her info and then his info from her? Yeah. Please.
Yeah, this rope's gonna have to come all the way through here.
We're just gonna rope. We roped off the whole road.
No, but I'm saying because these houses right here.
Yeah, so we'll shut down the whole front of them.
Okay.
And then also in the back. Somebody else got tape? Is their car close?
I mean, my car's all the way. It's all the way.
Yeah, rope off this backside for now till we figure out what we got.
I get more rope first.
All right. In the alley, where he's at now. Huh? Possibly. I don't know. It's hard to tell. They're getting his info and her info. Hey, man. Why they keep asking? Yeah.
439.
Okay.
Leave it up to 433.
In the alleyway?
433, are you in the alleyway? Yes, sir. 39.
Okay, I'm coming to her. She didn't, for her didn't give us a... Okay. Alright.
You came out of this part.
Okay.
There's blood on the driver's seat. Like if it was sitting on it.
Yo,
More blood right here, bro.
there's blood everywhere, bro. We're gonna block off this whole alleyway, bro.
Yeah, look, there's a big puddle right there.
Yeah, he's been all over, bro.
Look. Let's see if we can do call off for day shift and see if we can get some units to come in early.
Still with us, National Trial Attorney Megan Whiteside.
So Aaron reminded me that she took off his shirt and used that as a tourniquet, because I'm like, where's his shirt? So it was his shirt that was the tourniquet. And so they block off like everything, right? You hear him saying, there's blood all over. He's walking in circles. He's walking all over the place. I'm sure that didn't help either, because, right, the more you're walking, you're exerting yourself, your heart's pumping, you're losing more blood. If he had just sat down, applied pressure, called 911, things may have been different. May have been, who knows? But he's walking around. By all accounts, he had been drinking, he had been, partying, doing all kinds of things. The defense is saying he was whacked out of his mind. So who knows what his state of mind was? Of course, he just got shot. So, he's just walking all over the place, probably hastening, speeding up the process of his blood. His heart's pumping and blood's pouring out of him, pouring out of this poor guy. So they literally just rope off like everything. They just rope off just the entire neighborhood practically. So I don't have a problem when I think they said, oh, she's in the middle of the crime scene. Why was she in the middle of the crime scene? She doesn't know any better. They're just roping off things. It'd be like me sitting here and they're like roping off, 100 feet, all around. I mean, I don't know any better. I don't know to be like, oh, wait, let me think. I should get out of the crime scene. I mean, I don't fault her for being in the middle of the crime scene because she didn't know any better. And I think if anything, the officer should have been like, ma'am, you need to come over here. I think eventually a detective arrives and puts her in a squad car. But I think if anybody should have taken control of the situation, it would have been the officers to say, you have to, this is a crime scene. You need to leave now. You need to, go sit in the car or something like that. So that's kind of where I land with that. Hey, Tosh, how are you? Good to see you. Good morning. Good morning. Denny Dawn, it's on delay, Denny. So whatever happens today will be a delay. So I talked to the news station today. They said it's still on delay. So we're going to pick up on Ellis after this. Just like we did last week, we'll pick up on Ellis after this. So whatever happens, Actually, we're going to cover Friday first, and then whatever happens today, we'll cover. All right. Amber, I can see this being not guilty. The only thing with that is he was running away. Well, let me put it this way. She shot him in the back though. That's really hard to get away from, because he got. Well, here, let me see if do I still have my pictures? Do I have them over here? Hold on. Maybe it's here. Is this it? Jeff, Rafi here. All right, nope. I'm trying to find, hold on. Here they are. All right, here they are. Okay. Oh, I moved them. Hold on a sec. All right, here, let's get this. Hold on a sec. I moved them, so let me just give me a second. Let's see. Nope. I moved these pictures. Just give me a moment. All right, there is a person running, and then here is his autopsy photo. So now we understand it a little bit better. At least I understand it a little. So here's the trajectory. All right. So it went into his outside left foot through to the inside. So entrance was outside, exit was inside of his left foot, and then entrance was his right back thigh, exit was his front right thigh. So the only way, unless he's literally laying on the ground like that, prone, and she shoots him while she's laying down as well, or the gun at least is like, the gun is like this. The only other way that this is going to happen, which is really weird. Now she says she shot it at the ground and it ricocheted. That just makes so if this is his foot and she shoots the ground, it's not going to go underneath his foot. It's just, it's not going to go underneath his foot. Plus it's going to lose a lot of velocity when it hits the ground. I'm just blown away it made it through his thigh too. I would have thought it would have dislodged in his thigh, but it made it through his foot, which is understandable, but then it made it through his thigh on top of that. And it was a 9mm. It was a Glock. It was a 9mm was the firearm. So to me, and and she's just shooting randomly, and for her to do that is just blows my mind. That's just amazing that happened, right? It's just amazing. So for her to claim self-defense, she says that he was running to the house. The kids there's two kids, 7 and 5 years old, at least back then they were. He's running to the house. She thinks he's going to lock her out. But, and she shot like a warning shot, or she shot to just kind of scare him or something like that. So that's why I'm, I don't know. The self-defense just doesn't, for me, it's not working. If anything, she should call 911. They both have been arrested before on DV. So, I mean, it's kind of like a Sarah Boone, George situation here where, they both call 911 on each other. So, all right. What are you guys talking about here? Let's see. The other day, explain how this happened. Let's see. Okay, that's let me see here. That's stand your ground not applying. Shot and back studies. All right, here's a shot and back studies. Originally published in 1999. So you make a decision to shoot. You discover you shot him in the back. You may not realize it, but what really happened is you decided to shoot. The suspect turned and started to run away. You didn't perceive this. Even if you had, you couldn't have physically stopped yourself once your brain had committed. So there was a study that was released. To just throw a shot without aiming or establishing target acquisition took an average of 0.43 seconds. The fastest time was 0.28. So role players turned from 3 starting positions, always holding a .22 caliber. First, they were positioned standing sideways, looking in the direction of the right shoulder. Whenever they decided to do, the suspect moved the gun up in a threatening manner. The average time for each subject to rotate at least one step was 32 seconds. Earlier studies have shown that once an officer perceives a threat, it would take 0.5 to 1.5 seconds for his brain to process that information and complete a reaction. So what you're saying is even though she thought she shot him facing, he was actually turned and run. He is actually turning and running away. So she may have thought that she was firing just randomly, just trying to get him away, but he in fact saw the weapon, turned and ran. And thus she caught him in the back. Let's see if we have any more body cam. All right, looks like we got some more here. We still have about 15 minutes or so. Let me just double check. All right, so they are live, but we can just get through this body cam here.
Just doesn't make sense, bro. Yeah, we're just gonna shut the whole alleyway down.
I'll get it all the way.
Yeah, somebody. Whose is this?
That's me, but how do you want to block out these people? They want to come out to the back.
No, they ain't coming out.
QSL, is there anybody on this that we can clear? I believe we should have maybe 5 to hold the scene.
They ain't coming out. It is what it is. There's a homicide investigation.
No, I understand what my people is that they're going to come out through the back little cars, like walking.
No.
43, give me a
They're
second.
going to have someone in the alleyway.
No, just put the tape on their stuff. They just use their tape. Hey, they didn't give you a blanket for this guy?
Huh?
Fire didn't leave a blanket?
Right. They have to go.
Let me see if I got one in my car.
You show me a knife and I'll be in route.
Alright, starting route 157 North State Street, reference to 4 males that were previously arrested. No weapons. 451.
347. Apparently he just walked around the house.
Bro, he didn't just walk around the house, bro. He walked all over there.
Yeah, there's blood all around the car.
Bro, there's blood everywhere.
In the truck, though.
There's blood in the SUV.
Oh, there's an SUV over there?
Yeah. Hey! Kern! Is rescue out there? Is rescue out there? Can you get their info?
last several hours. At one point, she said last time she saw him was like 45 minutes ago. He was walking in circles all over the street. She said earlier today he left in a white van. I know make a mom, I don't know if it's a passenger van or a work van. She said it was a white van with a couple of his friends. When he got back, he seen I just hit it. That's when he started walking around in circles, walking all over the place. And then she didn't see him for about 45 minutes, so she started driving around. That's when she found him back.
That's all his info there?
Yeah.
You know, Judge, it's interesting because I'm very...
All right. I'm going to get us over here because we do have a feed, even though they're, let's just so we don't miss anything. Let me take us over here. Put us over here. All right. So now we have a live inside the court. So they're supposed to start at 10:30, but sometimes the lawyers come in early, and the judge, they'll come in and talk about stuff. So yeah, I thought that was, now that, you know, we've heard all the testimony, or, you know, from the state at least, majority of it, you know, I'm trying to envision this alleyway. Witnesses are talking about this alleyway and all this stuff, and it's pretty fascinating to see this body cam. You know, again, sorry that, you know, we had to watch somebody, you know, literally pass in front of our eyes, and I feel sorry for Pedro, but she was scheduled to leave. That's the whole point why she wanted him to come back over. He was off the lease. He wasn't welcomed. He was off the lease. He went out partying with his friends. She went to go find him, brought him back because she wanted him to say goodbye to the kids because they were leaving. They were leaving for Texas. Now, I don't know if they were leaving for Texas like the next day, that weekend. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, she wanted him to say, at least that's what she's saying. She wanted him to say goodbye to the kids. And we had a vote on Friday. If Pedro was running to the house versus away from the house, does that change your mind on Daisy's guilt? 65% of you said no, 35% of you said yes. So if he was running to the house, now think about that, right? He's, you know, they start to argue or whatever it is, and he starts to run to the house because she said she was afraid that Pedro was going to barricade her outside and that the kids would be inside. That's kind of like, that's why she's saying she did what she did. So would that change your mind if she was running to the house? I'm sorry, if he was running to the house and she shot at him to scare him away from running into the house and barricading her and all that stuff. Hey, Trixie, hello to you. Dwayne, yeah, body cams really take us there for sure. Sparkling Princess, nope, she had a pew, could have been worried about his kids. Sure, then there's that. Trixie saying hello. There, I can put us over here. You saw kids earlier in the day. You don't drag home a drunk high guy. You don't drag home a drunk high guy to hang out with the kids, right? And don't forget, that's a great point. And it was, this happened at like 3:30. So why drag him back home? He already said, you're right, he already saw the kids, say goodbye, whatever. Why drag him back home at that time as well? You're right, that just doesn't make sense. Kathy, she's incredibly sus. Just watch her actions in court. She got admonished for rolling her eyes. Rolling her eyes. Donna Joe, good to see you. But why did she take the weapon outside with her? One thing I ask is when you spell out GUN, YouTube doesn't really like that. So just say bug or pew or something like that. Be creative. We'll know what you mean, but try not to spell that out. So Donna, why did she take it outside with her? She, in her interrogation, she said he was sitting on the porch, how was that? Let me let me revisit that because her interrogation was so hard to understand. I think she was on the patio porch. She had a cigarette. Hold on, let me review that. Okay, so Pedro wouldn't let her have social media. So they were supposed to leave tomorrow. So he gets back. He grabs the firearm from on top of the china cabinet. I run outside. He grabs my hair. I grabbed the firearm and sat outside and had a cigarette. Was waiting for him to get back because maybe he would hit me. Sitting on the porch stairs, saw a shadow. He started talking crap again. You were, cheating on me, blah, blah, blah. He gets a look when he's been doing, he's been partying, so he gets his look in his eye. I grabbed the weapon. He let me go. He started running and I just shot. So that was her testimony or her interrogation. So that was her interrogation. That he grabbed the gun initially, or the firearm. She runs outside. He grabs her hair. And again, this is all her. So this is all we have to go on. So she grabs it back, I guess, and then she sat outside and had a cigarette. She was waiting for him to get back because maybe he would hit me. She was sitting on the porch stairs. She saw a shadow. He started talking crap again about, you're sleeping with this guy, blah, blah, blah. He gets this look in his eye when he's been doing what. So I grabbed the firearm. He let me go. I guess he had a hold of her. He started to run and I just shot. So, Sherry, the kids, 5 and 7, but I don't know if that's now or I'm not sure how old they are. I know the son is older. Hold on. Boy is 7, girl is 5. I don't know if that's now or then, because this was in 2022. But the defense opened up with they have a long-term relationship and they have 2 kids. The boy is here. Hold on.
Officer with her. She gave the name of Angel Wilson. Prior to any of that happening, I think it was Friday morning, the defendant said that these officers were talking to her when they weren't supposed to be, and she used the word "they coerced me." Mr. Tomas and myself were in my office yesterday to conduct depositions. He and I were having a conversation where I mentioned I'm likely going to be calling Detective Wilson in rebuttal if the defendant takes a stand and says something to the effect that they were saying things to me, they were trying to push me and convince me to waive Miranda. So I got Detective Wilson's phone number, I reached out to her, and Mr. Tomas was actually in my office and I confirmed her availability at that time. A few hours later, as I was preparing for today, I called Detective Wilson and asked her kind of what the process was of everything. And she's seen on that interview as well. Detective Wilson advised me that at a point in time, both her and Detective Janoris took the defendant to the bathroom. Her and Detective Janoris, because Detective Wilson was shadowing at this point, she was a domestic violence detective at that point, and she was shadowing both robbery and homicide to see if she wanted to go to either of those units. They're having a conversation about where Detective Wilson is, what she wants to do, etc. The defendant is in the bathroom stall at this point in time, comes out, washes her hands, and goes to Detective Wilson. It says something to the effect, I don't remember she doesn't even remember the exact words, but she says, "Oh, you're a domestic violence detective," starts inquiring about that, and then says, "I'm a victim of domestic violence." Detective Wilson at that point in time puts her hands up, motions to Detective Janoris, and says, "You need to tell them, not me. You need to speak your truth to them." The best I can surmise, based off of the timeline and everything else, and also her deposition yesterday, which was taken, This is prior to even the first Miranda being read, in which the defendant invokes. I turned that over to Mr. Tomas yesterday, probably around 2 o'clock, I think, and then we ended up taking Detective Wilson's deposition around 3:30 yesterday.
Okay. Well, what's the ask for the Richardson?
Because I turned over a defendant's statement.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're saying
I violated.
You turned over late.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Do you want to respond? He's saying it's late, but he found out. It sounds like he found out about it yesterday and turned it over upon finding out about it.
Yes, Your Honor.
So the issue is willful inadvertence. Will you be prejudiced in any way at this stage? What the state is saying is this domestic violence detective came in contact with Slink even before the statement was turned over. So her identity.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm not necessarily seeking to exclude her at this point.
Okay, so we've done the Richardson.
I just wanted to make sure we did that before we did anything else.
All right, so it's inadvertence at this stage because everyone's on notice as to this Detective Wilson being a domestic violence detective and coming into contact with this late. The defense is not prejudiced.
Judge, we don't have to address it right now, but there was another witness that I deposed yesterday, which I believe what he would testify to is outside of the window of what you've already said was relevant as far as previous bad acts. So we can address that now or later. I want to put that on the record.
If I were to call him as a witness, it'd be for rebuttal. And we can address that at another time.
My understanding is the only thing that the state wants to go forward on today in the case in chief is based on their motion for reconsideration of the jail call, right?
So we also are calling Detective Cruz just kind of to piece the timeline together. His testimony shouldn't take too long though.
Yes. Anything else you want to put on the record other than what's in the written motion for reconsideration?
I'll let Ms. DeLeon handle that.
I read the motion. Anything additional you want to put on the record?
Judge, good morning. ASA Jennifer on behalf of the state. And Judge, I have copies of the case law that I cited if the court needed printed copies. Judge, the only thing the state would want to supplement to this motion is that it's imperative, Judge, to allow this jail call, not only to show consciousness of guilt, Judge, but I think that it's essential for this jail call to prove also it goes to the elements of our crime. Specifically, Judge, to the fact that this defendant lied to 911, Judge. She lied to responding officers. She lied to more than one officer that arrived on scene, acting like she didn't know what was going on, how he got shot, who shot him. It's imperative, Judge, to show as to the depraved mind element to our case in chief that she did this with that intent and depraved mind, because the jail call specifically says, had I known, basically, essentially, in the sum of it,
had I known what?
How much, Judge? She said 25, and Judge, I can play it for you so you can hear it word for word.
I accept the prop. Had I known, essentially what the offer would have been, I would have.
No, so she goes, Judge, it's specifically like this. She goes 25. 25
means what?
25 years, Judge. 25, I would have cut that motherfucker up, and I would have scattered him all over Florida. It's essentially what the call entails. She doesn't say had I known, quote unquote. It's just a sum of what basically the state was saying. And it's an additional admission as well, Judge. That's what the state would like to supplement to its motion. And I think it's imperative, Judge, I understand you accept my proffer to report. I think it's imperative that you hear the portion that the state wants to play so that Your Honor can hear the context of it as well.
I accept the proffer. Do you want to respond?
Judge, I think you conducted the proper legal analysis last week. You made your ruling. Nothing in the state's motion adds any light to that. There's no case law that supports their position. You've made your ruling. They've given you nothing to give you any reason to reverse your ruling, so I'd ask that you keep it.
Anything else you want to add?
Up to defense's argument, Judge.
This is the way it goes. You first, and second, and third. Anything else you want to add?
Well, just to defense's final point that there's nothing in the case law that supports our position. On the contrary, the case law that I cited in the motions support our position.
The motion for reconsideration is denied. The statement's not coming in. /the alcohol. It's more prejudicial and probative. It also goes to a discussion on the breakdown of plea negotiations, as opposed to 3 years later, as opposed to what she was thinking at the time that the quote-unquote trigger may have been pulled. All right, your objections are on the record. The next thing I have is if they arrest after cruise, what are you going to, how are you going to proceed today?
So, Miss Link's mother and Miss Link's son are actually here.
Oh, great.
I didn't know this until late last night. They were jumping on a flight. So I haven't seen them yet, but I believe they're right outside.
Okay.
So the mother, the son, her sister, and her cousin are there, so they're ready to testify.
David Perez?
David Perez, no. He's refused, so, and that's why I asked the court to compel his appearance.
What else do you need from me?
Well, Judge, he's not even a witness, and you don't have jurisdiction over him.
No, hold on. Before I rule on your motion to exclude him permanently, at some point they had contact with him in the last 2 days, right?
Yes.
After he ignored you, I excluded him without prejudice, you reestablished contact.
Right, so I took 2 depositions yesterday. The state had 7 for deposition yesterday. I had contact with him. He agreed to appear yesterday, and then the evening before, Sunday evening, he, without giving me any reason, he just said, I can't make it, sorry. And I advised him, you're on probation. I can ask the court to compel your attendance. I don't understand what you're doing. Just come, get it over with, and you'll be done. And he just said, do what you have to do, goodbye. And that was the last contact.
He lives locally.
Yes. He's on probation in Miami-Dade County.
To the extent that we know he lives locally, because as I mentioned, I don't mean to interrupt, but as I mentioned about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, we attempted to take his deposition. At the time, he said he was at work, and I believe he was either in Fort Myers or Fort Pierce. He has a local address, but that does not mean that he lives locally.
He may be a traveling individual. The crux of his testimony is really for the incident that happened 5 days prior.
That is correct.
And you would corroborate the argument, the battery, as well as be able to authenticate the photographs of her injury?
Correct. And Mr. Jimenez attacked him as well.
Would any other witness here corroborate what David Perez would testify to?
Pedro Jr. can, and obviously Ms. Link can if she testified.
So
the mother was not there when the pistol whipping incident happened. The mother was at the home a few hours before Mr. Jimenez died, and the mother did witness interactions between Mr. Jimenez and Ms. Link shortly before she left, which she left a couple of hours before the shooting, and she did witness Mr. Jimenez grab her and be aggressive and violent with her.
So I think we need to address Pedro Jr. He is not a witness right now, and there are a number of different steps before we can even get him to be reestablished, and this court reconsiders whether or not he can testify. I have to take his deposition. If this court recalls, a few weeks ago, I got on a plane. I went to Dallas. I was at the location that we all agreed upon the deposition was going to be taken. And then Ms. Perez, the defendant's grandmother, this witness's quote-unquote witness, because he's actually been excluded at this point in time, refused to provide him for deposition. I still need to take his deposition, which will take a significant amount of time. The rules are pretty clear when it comes to child witnesses.
I looked at the rule 92.55. I was wrong. There's no per se exclusion.
No, but the court has to. They need to be deemed competent. So the court needs to have an inquiry whether or not this individual is competent. I don't know the rule offhand, but I'm proffering to the court as an officer of the court.
No, I brought it up and now I can't find it. So it has to do. I mean, I looked at the rule regarding testimony of witness under 18, but it really has to do with whether or not you all have noticed something in the witness, and then I can further in.
I don't know, because I've been unable to take this deposition of this quote-unquote witness because he's not even a witness here. I have literally been precluded by the defendant's family from inquiring from this potential witness, which then there is further investigation that needs to be done. There's a reason that depositions don't happen in the middle of the trial, right? It's because there's further investigation that needs to be done. There's further witnesses sometimes that need to be brought in and questioned. There's other photographs, videos, etc. of all these other things.
How long are they here?
I don't know. They just got here. I think they're here at least until this matter's over.
And we need to do that. Then the court needs to make a determination whether or not this person is competent to testify, which in the defendant's statement, she says that he's on medication, he has a behavioral disorder.
What other witnesses do you have here that might testify besides those two?
3 others.
So
Crystal, Laylene, Josefina.
did you depose any of them?
I took all 3 of their depositions, yes.
Okay.
And I think that, I know we're kind of doing different things at different times, but I think that the court is
I'm
going
just trying to
No,
not waste this jury's time, allow you to depose Pedro Jr., but the other 3 sounds like you've already deposed.
Right, but what I'm saying is I think for each of those witnesses, the court is going to have to give specific limiting instructions on what they're able to testify to based off the court's prior rulings.
Okay.
Because I don't want, I think that we are, based off deposition of at least one of the 3 of those witnesses, we are going to come very close to this one of the witnesses, and I'm speaking about Josefina Perez, blowing this entire trial off.
Who would you call after the proves?
Judge, I would call Crystal and Laylene. I'd like to have a little bit of time before I call Josefina, I have similar concerns, but I believe I could be under control, but I just would like an opportunity to speak to her for a few minutes.
And after Cruz testifies, if you can get in at least one of them before lunch, can you call?
Certainly.
Sure.
Am I just bringing them in after you rest, or you want me to talk to either Crystal or Lee?
I think that you should bring them in as they get called. And, the additional part of this is I have reason to believe, based off of the emails that were sent to Mr. Tomas forwarded them to both Your Honor and myself, that there has been violations of the rules of sequestration based off of the email that Josefina Perez sent to Mr. Tomas saying, I've spoken to Crystal, I've spoken to Leyland, I've attempted to speak to David to convince him to come and testify. I have concerns that they have been violating that rule. And that's further, corroborated by the fact that Crystal Barreto was actively trying to log in the Zoom during the trial, despite the fact that we had already invoked that rule. I think that there are issues here, and I think that the court needs to instruct them individually.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Can you bring in Ms. Perez to reconcile her? That's in the jurisdiction.
Josefina Perez?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's in the jurisdiction.
1 moment.
With the child, and so I say she can.
This is crazy. Somebody tried to break into the trial via Zoom. So apparently Josefina. Hold on. I don't even know where to start with this. Daisy's mom and son are here. They haven't seen them yet. He hasn't seen them yet. Sister and cousin are here too. David Perez refused. That's why the defense has asked the court to compel him to testify. He appeared. Oh, here she comes.
Get in, but I'm here.
I've seen some emails going back and forth. I've been informed by
Yes.
Tomas. You told me you had some challenges getting here, but now that you're here, you cannot leave Miami-Dade County until I tell you to do so. I'm not the great and powerful Oz. I'm not trying to bring down the hammer on anyone. He's been working very hard to put together a defense. It would be unfair to him and your daughter. So I'm telling you, don't leave Miami-Dade County, and that's a court order, okay?
Madam Honorable, I will be more than happy to stay. I won't do that. I just leave.
I'm gonna try to see if you all can't testify today. If that's not possible, then tomorrow, okay?
Very good.
But I don't anticipate me ordering you all, meaning you and Pedro Jr., to
Right.
stay here past tomorrow, okay?
Your Honor, but we can go outside and things like that, correct?
Oh,
we
yes,
can.
you can. If you recognize anyone that's a juror, they usually have a little card on them. Ignore them.
Okay.
Please don't talk about the case
No, I won't.
in the vicinity of anyone, just in case there's a witness lingering around that you don't like that you don't recognize it. That sort of makes sense, right?
Correct. And we just got here at 5, so I want to see if I can get him something to eat before he even comes in. He's so tired.
That's fine. Okay. You just stay in contact with Mr. Blunt so that he knows where you are.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I think there's a possibility that either you or Lelaine.
So I'm probably going to call Laylene and maybe Laylene and Crystal before we break for lunch, so I just need them to stay where they are. Oh yeah, take Pedro to eat something.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you put on cruise, we take a little break, I bring in, we rest, right? And we take a little break.
Yeah, we can do JOA.
And then we bring in Crystal and we handle it like that. All right, Umberto's telling me the jury's here. So, can you bring in cruise?
Yes. Very good. Yes.
All right, let's bring in second cruise. I'm sorry, jury first.
Just does this here?
Yeah. Mr. Blunt, the state gave me another statute to look at when you step out for 2 seconds to go get this done. Correct. It's 90.603.
Judge, what's that statute?
9603. 900603.
All right, so there's a Crystal, a Laylee, and Josefina Perez. That was Josefina. So, making all kinds of noise. So it's a court order. Don't leave the county. So they're in Miami-Dade. So don't leave the county. I think they're all from Texas. So she denied the motion to have the jail call come in. The state started the day with saying Detective Wilson may take the stand if Daisy takes the stand, and it's all about Daisy went to the restroom. She comes out of the stall, finds out that Detective Wilson is a DV detective, and says, "I'm a victim as well." And Wilson motions over to a Detective Norris and says, "You need to tell them, not me." So he turned over that evidence yesterday inadvertently. So they decided that's an inadvertent. Now, defense says there's another witness was deposed outside the window of what was relevant regarding previous bad acts. So I think that's this, who is this? David Perez refused, and that's why he wants the court to compel him to testify. And then Pedro Jr., who I guess is around 7 or 8, he has behavioral issues. He's on medication. Daisy says he's on meds and has behavioral disorder. But defense says he still needs to take Pedro Jr.'s deposition. I need a court order to check his competency. He's been precluded by the family to talk to him. My goodness. Wow. This is just all kinds of stuff going on in this trial. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. All right. So the jury's going, they had the jury's coming in. David, cousin at house for earlier incident. Yes. Yeah. There were 2 cousins, right? There was a male and a female, and Pedro thought that the male cousin was cheating, or that Daisy was cheating on Pedro with the cousin. She's like, "No, that's my cousin. I'm not cheating on you. That's my cousin. It's family." So, but ultimately, David says, he agreed to appear yesterday, then without reason says he can't make it. Sorry. He's on probation. He says, "You do what you have to do," and he hung up. All right.
One more witness to the state.
Yes, Your Honor. State call Detective Joseph Cruz.
Let's go ahead and swear.
No, we have to surface.
Hey, John, do you swear from the testimony about to give or the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Over here, Detective.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Joseph Cruz.
Okay. And Mr. Cruz, where exactly do you work?
I'm a sergeant in the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Robbery Bureau.
Okay. And how long have you worked with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 18 years.
So I want to take you back a couple of years to around June 25th of 2022. What was your job and your role at that time?
I was a homicide detective with the Miami-Dade Police Department at the time.
Okay. And around that time, on June 25th of 2022, did you become familiar with the case involving the defendant, Daisy Lynn?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did you become involved with that case?
I was contacted by Detective Morales.
Okay. And were you given a rundown of the situation, or did he just call you to say, come out to the scene?
No. He called me and told me that a homicide had occurred within the city of Homestead.
Okay. Now, you're with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, right? You're not in Homestead.
No, sir.
Why? How does that work that you're going down there then?
Miami-Dade Police Department, or now the Sheriff's Office, is contracted by some of the smaller municipalities, and we handle certain types of investigations for them, and homicides is one of them.
Okay, so when you end up getting this call to go to Homestead, do you ever go to the actual scene itself, or do you just stay in the office?
No, I responded to the scene.
Okay, was that scene 1237 Northwest 14th Street, Homestead, Florida 33030?
Yes, sir.
Is that in Miami-Dade County?
Yes.
Okay, now, what time did you first arrive to the scene?
I arrived at approximately 6:30 a.m.
Okay. Now, that's not when this incident occurred, though, right? 6:30 a.m. That's 20 hours after this incident had initially occurred.
Yes, that's correct.
No, how many hours?
Oh, I'm sorry. Approximately 3 hours.
Okay. So, when you're first getting to the scene, though, okay, you're telling us it's around 6:30. Do you have any team with you, or are you just by yourself?
No. When we respond to homicides, we respond together as a team.
Okay. Now, who's on your team with you for this case?
For this case, it was Detective Suyapa Hubbard, Daniel Morales, and Melanie Janoris, and Sergeant Jason Waite.
Okay. Now, as you're here with this team, are they all there with you at the same exact time, or are you there by yourself first?
I believe when I got there, I was by myself initially.
Were you determined at any point in time to be the lead investigator here in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so how does it work in a homicide team as the lead investigator? What are you doing?
In homicide, there is a internal rotation, which determines whether you're up as the lead investigator or not. As a lead investigator, my role is to direct the other detectives to handle certain responsibilities, which I determine need to be done, such as obtaining search warrants or documenting crime scenes, possibly interviewing certain witnesses and subjects.
Okay. Now, as the lead, whenever any type of evidence or anything is discovered, are you being informed of this, or are you kept in the dark?
No, I'm being informed of it as the case is progressing from start to finish.
So anytime something's discovered, you're being informed of it immediately, then, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that include whenever someone gets a statement from a potential witness,
yes,
or they speak with someone?
Yes.
So then essentially, as the lead, everything is being funneled through you then?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to start from the beginning of this case then. You're aware that there was a phone dump of the defendant's phone here in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And were you aware, and did you review any ring camera videos that were captured and recorded on that phone?
Yes.
Let's go sidebar real quick.
All right, not quite sure why I guess they went to a sidebar. They're about to show some body cam. All right, so this is Detective Joseph Cruz. He is with Miami-Dade, and he is the lead. He was contacted by Detective Morales. Yeah, the incident happened around 3:15 because Officer or Sergeant Nicholson got there. His body cam kicks in around 3:30, 3:31. And we know that it took Daisy about 10 minutes, about 10 minutes before she called 911. So say 3:15 it happened. So he got there at 6:30. So interesting to see if Pedro Jr. testifies. Josephine, mom, looks like she's going to testify. There's a Crystal and a Laylee as well. I'm guessing those are cousins. Yeah, those must be the cousins.
Okay, so when you went over this actual phone dump, did you happen to see, while you were reviewing it, what time it indicated the actual ring camera footage was created?
I don't recall.
Okay, while that's getting pulled up, we'll revisit it in a few minutes. Your Honor, permission for the witness to step down? So, I'm now showing you a still shot from the actual phone, from the phone dump itself. Do you happen to see the defendant here in this video?
Yes.
Okay, and is that the only person that we see in this picture?
Yes.
Okay, now, on the right-hand side, does this video have any type of date or time that this was created?
Yes.
Okay, what time does it state that it was created at?
3:06 a.m. on June 25th, 2020.
Thank you. You can listen. So, we know the video started at 3:06 then, off of what you just stated. After reviewing the video, at any point in time, did you ever hear a gunshot in that?
Yes.
About how long into that video did it take before you heard that?
Approximately 5 minutes.
Okay, so what time would that put that then, when you hear the gunshot then, if you're comparing it to 3:06 a.m.?
I believe about 3:11.
Okay. Now, after hearing that the gunshot was at 3:11, do you happen to know when first responders were dispatching officers or fire rescue to the actual scene of the crime?
Yes.
At what time did that occur?
That was around 3:23 a.m.
So there was about a 12-minute gap between the shot and the 911 call then, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you happen to know at what time the first responding officer appeared and found the victim in the alleyway?
That was approximately 3:27 a.m.
And at what time was the victim declared deceased?
At 3:40 a.m.
So, now while all of this is going on, you said you arrived at 6:30 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
What's the first thing that you do when you arrive on the scene?
I spoke to Officer Nicholson.
And why did you speak with Officer Nicholson?
It's a standard procedure that we do in homicide, just to speak to the first arriving officer on scene to see what they saw and what information they gathered when they first arrived.
Do you happen to remember the time you actually spoke with Officer Nicholson?
I believe it was 6:33.
Okay. And then after you speak with him and get that information, where does your investigation take you to next?
When I was done, I spoke to Officer Rodriguez next.
Okay. Now, what's the importance of speaking to Officer Rodriguez? What role did he play?
He was another officer arriving on scene. So I had spoken to him to see if he had his body-worn camera on, or if he had heard or seen anything else when he arrived.
So was that around the same time that you spoke with Officer Nicholson then?
Yes.
So we could put that around 6:33 then, around that time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, does your investigation just stop there, or do you do something else?
No, sir.
What do you do next?
I briefed the homicide team. They had arrived, and that was at approximately 7:05 a.m.
Okay. Now, when you're briefing the homicide team, is that just assigning roles, or what are you doing?
I brief them on whatever facts of the case I had obtained at that point, and then I also assign leads.
Okay. Now, after you assign everybody their roles and you brief your homicide team, where do we go next?
I actually went around the scene to take a look at it, to see what evidence was on scene, any type of casings, and take a look at the victim who was deceased in the back alleyway.
So you did a walkthrough of the actual property itself?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you're looking around the home, do you remember if you found any type of firearm or any bullet casings?
At that time, no. I didn't see any.
Okay, so you couldn't see anything with your eyes where there was any guns or anything, right?
No.
Okay. So after your search of the area, do you continue to stay there on the scene, or do you go somewhere else?
No, I left and I went to our headquarters bureau. Our headquarters.
Okay. And why are you going to the headquarters?
The defendant, Ms. Link, was transported there, and I responded as well with Detective Janoris, so that way we can speak to her.
And at what time was that at?
I believe that was approximately 8:28.
In the morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you're going over there to that headquarters then, do you happen to know if Ms. Link was in handcuffs or already arrested at that time?
No, she wasn't arrested, but she was detained.
Okay. So was she a suspect at this time?
Yes, she was.
But she was not arrested?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, you're on your way at around 8:38 to the actual headquarters. When you get there, do you just jump straight into the interview, or are you doing anything else before?
Usually, well, I know I had made a phone call to the state attorney, and also we have to prep the interview room to turn on the cameras.
Okay, and you did all of those things then?
Yes, sir.
Now, at what time do you actually go into the interview room itself?
I don't recall the exact time.
would looking at a report that you drafted here in this case refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Please take a look at the report. Keep your head down. When you're done, look up. Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, at what time did you step into that interview room then?
9:55 a.m.
Now, what exactly are you doing when you're first speaking with Miss Link?
The first thing we do is we present the Miranda warnings.
Were you trying to get any type of background information?
Yes.
And did you get background information?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention. You're still here at the actual headquarters, correct?
Yes, sir.
At any point in time, are there people at the actual scene working on the scene or looking for any type of evidence that you're aware of? Okay. What's happening while you're inside the interview room then at the scene?
I had asked Detective Siapa Hubbard to document the scene. And I had also asked Detective Morales if he can start working on a search warrant for the residence.
Okay. Now, search warrant for a residence. Was there ever a search warrant for the residence that was granted here?
Yes.
Okay. And that was reviewed by an ASA?
Yes, sir.
And that was reviewed by a judge?
Yes, sir.
And you guys were executing that warrant then at the scene?
Yes.
And you were informed of that execution of the warrant?
Yes, sir.
At what time did that happen?
That was at approximately 12:30 p.m.
Around 12:30? Okay, so during that search of the home and the vicinity, did that team find anything on the property?
Yes.
What did they find?
They found a firearm that was placed inside of a palm tree.
Okay, now that firearm, was that found around 12:30?
Yes.
And you were informed of that when that happened?
Yes, sir.
Did they find any type of bullet casings?
No.
Okay. Now, let's jump back over to the interview. When you're speaking with Miss Ling, do you remember what her demeanor was like at that time?
She appeared very anxious.
When you guys first got in there, though, what type of clothes was she wearing at that time?
I believe she had shorts and a t-shirt on.
Was there anything that stood out about that clothes?
I believe there's some blood on there.
Okay. And did you guys attempt to give her any type of clean clothing?
Yes.
While she was sitting there in the interview room, at any point in time, did you guys attempt to give her some type of food?
Yes.
Did she accept any of the food?
She declined, sir.
Now, at any point in time, did you guys begin to fingerprint the defendant?
Yes.
Why do you begin to fingerprint the defendant? What's the reason behind that process?
For major crimes, it's a standard procedure for the Miami-Dade Police Department.
Okay. Do you happen to remember what time that occurred?
No, I don't recall. Can I refer to my report?
Yeah, if that refreshes your recollection, you can look down and let me know by looking back up that you've refreshed your recollection.
No, sir.
Okay, we'll move on to the next question. So, around what time do you begin to start trying to get a statement from Miss Ling in the afternoon?
It's around 3:30.
Around 3:30? Okay. Now, what time do you actually enter that interview room to begin speaking with her?
4:20.
So, let's talk about that process right there around 4:20. You enter the room, and what's the first thing that you're doing at that time then?
We had asked her, she had asked if she would like to speak, that she stated that she wanted to speak to us, so then we confirmed, and we read her Miranda rights.
Okay. what exactly are Miranda rights?
Miranda was a case law that was passed to protect and advise the defendant or subject, or anybody being accused of a crime, that they are still entitled to certain protections.
Now, when you go over this information with the defendant, are you just reading this to her, or do you have an actual document there?
It's an actual document.
And did you present that document to Ms. Link?
Yes, sir.
I'm now showing defense with been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1J. You recognize this?
Yes, sir.
Is this a blow-up of the Miranda form that you read to the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate representation of that form?
Yes, sir.
State moves to introduce who's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1J into evidence.
State Exhibit 1J marked ID will now become State Exhibit number 29.
So, are these the questions that you go over with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so do you have her read these out loud, or do you read them to her?
I have her read it out loud.
Okay, now, what exactly is the signature in yes or no? Is that the defendant's signature?
Yes.
Okay, now if at any point in time she marks no, what do you do?
We would stop.
You stop the investigation?
Not the investigation, we would stop Miranda and stop talking to her.
Okay. Did she mark no anywhere on here when you're speaking with her?
No, sir.
Okay. Is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Is this your partner's signature right above it?
Yes, sir.
And whose signature is over here on the right?
The defendant's.
So once you go over those rights, do you then begin the interview?
Yes.
Now, at any point in time during the actual interview, does the defendant ever end up describing what the scene looks like to you?
Yes, sir.
Does she make any type of drawings?
Yes.
I'm now showing you a demonstrative of what's already been introduced into evidence here in this case. Is that the drawing that the defendant made for you while you were speaking with her?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Today, June.
I'm now playing for you what's already been admitted into evidence as the interview of the defendant. Doesn't have the proper.
State Exhibit number 28.
State's Exhibit 28.
Tell me where your house is. So you don't know how
on the other side of the street. And so I have the porch here with the stairs. So at this point, I'm right here. I grab the gun.
Okay.
This is that with a white marble.
Okay, so this would be the front of the house.
This is the back of it.
And this is the front.
This is the house. This is the because the house is sideways.
Okay, that's what you're saying. So this is the door to your duplex, and then this was the door to the other duplex.
This is
What's the other street?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the street. Okay.
Now, just to get a little bit of orientation, is this the street that she drew out on here when she was describing it to you?
Yes, sir.
So is it better to hold it like this then?
Yes.
Some of the front, the back of the house. That's usually where I consider the front. That's usually where I'm going out.
Okay.
So at that time, I remember once he started taking off, he started running this way. And he said that he was going to run the house and lock me out. Because he was sleep outside a bitch. So I ran right here, I was right here, I saw him right here, and I just shot. I didn't even really aim. I don't even know how I did it. I didn't even aim at him like that. I just shot it so he could hear the boom and he was scared to run away. The babies were asleep in the house. I'm tired of being locked outside. I'm tired of this shit.
So as he is running away from you, that's when you shoot?
Because he's running the ball to someone else. Because he's running the ball in the house and out the doors.
And what happens now after you shoot him? What happens?
He was still running. He ran. He didn't want the house. He ran. Running up the house in the front and right here. He was.
Okay. Now, your interview room, this recording has timestamps on it, correct?
Yes, sir.
At what time did this occur?
5:03 p.m.
Okay, I see 17:03. That's 5:03. It's military time, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, this happens at 5:03. Now, during your conversation with the defendant, at any point in time, does she speak with you about what happened with the gun itself?
Yes.
At what time did that happen at?
It's approximately 5 p.m.
So right around this time then?
Yes, sir.
We were on their porch.
Okay.
And I don't know where he went after that. So I was looking, I walked to the front, I was looking, and I couldn't see him find him. So then I went back in the car.
While you're walking to the front, are you on the phone with anybody? Are you talking to anybody?
No.
Okay, so you're not talking to anybody?
No.
As you're walking?
No.
And where's the gun at this point?
I threw it.
So as you're walking by your house, where did you live at?
It was a junior area.
Okay.
As I went through my paper and I was walking.
So, where did she tell you the gun was?
She had threw it near a tree.
All right. Now, it's 5:03, and you testified earlier that the search of the home happened at 12:27. Had you all already discovered the gun by the time she's giving you this statement?
Yes, sir.
At any point in time during this interview, does the defendant ever admit to shooting the victim?
Yes.
And at what time did that occur at?
Approximately 5:03 p.m.
Okay. And does she ever tell you that at any other point in time in this actual interview?
Yes.
Okay. Just heard in that interview, the defendant said, "I shot him right here." At what time did that occur?
Approximately 5:44.
Was that used in your determination to make an arrest here in this case?
Yes.
Do you see the defendant you arrested here in this case in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Can you identify her by an article of clothing?
It's the lady wearing a black shirt to my left.
I'm sorry, can you be a little bit more descriptive of the shirt and what she...
I believe it has a flower pattern on it as well.
Okay. You're going to let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. I have no further questions at this time.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So just very quickly, I just want to verify a couple things. You testified that the shooting here happened at 3:27 a.m. Is that correct?
At 3:27, Officer Nicholson had arrived.
Okay. Do you know when the shooting occurred?
At 3:11.
3:11. And you testified a few minutes ago that you yourself began speaking to Daisy Link at 4:20 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
So would you agree that you began speaking to Miss Link 13 hours after the shooting occurred, correct?
Yes.
And she was, during those 13 hours, she was During the vast majority of those 13 hours, she was in constant police either custody or observation in some fashion, correct?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that the police found, or that your team found the gun prior to Ms. Link saying where it was?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Link was not informed that the gun was found at the time that she informed you all where it was, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so she didn't know the gun had been found, but she volunteered the information and told you where the gun could be found, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have, Judge.
Can I see if there's any other?
So on cross-examination, you had indicated that she had been inside the interview room for about 13 hours from before the shooting had occurred, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you give an opportunity to Ms. Link to sleep inside that interview room before speaking with her?
Yes.
And did she sleep?
She did.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Anything else? The state now rests. They've rested, that means the state of Florida has nothing else to present to you by way of their case in chief. I just need a few minutes now with the lawyers and Ms. Link. So let's go back into the jury room, please.
All right.
What are your first questions before now? You want to wait over the camera?
I mean, Judge, at this point, I haven't put on my case yet, so I don't expect you would grant it, but I'll make it.
Well, the first January is after they're on. Yeah, prime fish case in the license removal to the, right. I can reserve, I'm sorry, you can reserve argument until later, and I'll take it up a bit. All right, I think the witness's name is, I'm gonna keep butchering it, I have to write it down, Lalani?
Leilene Gonzalez.
How do you spell that?
L-E-I-L-E-N-E.
L-E-I-L-E-N-E, and her last name?
Gonzalez, G-O-N-Z-A-L-E-Z.
And then would she properly, would she be discussing?
So she's a cousin of Miss Link. She lives in Texas. She came down with Miss Link's mother from Texas when they found out about the pistol whipping incident. And and she can verify that they were coming down to help Miss Link move. She can also verify that the locks were changed.
But the incident of violence she would be discussing is limited to that.
She can't testify to that.
Well, she did something by receiving information, right? So
No, she can't testify. The reason she cannot testify to the act of violence is number one, in her deposition, she said she was unaware of it. She says that's adult problems and she was unaware. But number two, that he self-serving hearsay, this is a statement by the defendant. Regardless of its effect, it's a statement of the defendant's own that she uses in her own self-interest. And this court has granted a motion in limine to preclude the defendant from eliciting testimony about self-serving hearsay.
doesn't she take an action that's predicated upon her receiving this information?
She can say that she came down here to help Daisy move to Texas, but she cannot say why, because the only reason she has that information is because the defendant gives it to her mother, who then tells Leilene that we are going to Texas to take Daisy,
So it looks like it's hearsay and hearsay.
as well as the defendant's self-serving hearsay. In fact,
Well, no, hold on, we're not doing this. 1, 2, 3, we're not doing this. Please sit down, Mr. Alcala, with all due respect. So you're going to argue this, Mr. Rodita?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. You can whisper to him, have some notes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You want to respond?
So-
It's hearsay and hearsay.
So they received notice, they received the pictures. There's talk amongst
Is
the family.
Leilene going to say, I saw these pictures? I just
I mean,
want to make sure.
she did see the pictures.
I just want to make sure it's one incident of violence 5 days before, so that there doesn't need to be any further limitation from my part or any other incidents that this lady may have seen or observed.
I'm not going to go into that at all. I'm
I
just.
just say that he wants me to bring her in, or at this point, if you've already proposed her to do that, and you already know the parameters of your testimony, Mr. Tomas is proper for that, why do I have to speak to her again? I mean, why do I have to speak to her at all?
Well, again, my issue is the self-serving hearsay of the defendant.
Well, it sounds like it's hearsay within hearsay, so it's not coming in. Lady heard from Josephina that this may have been disordered.
Right, which is hearsay. And then her grandfather says we need to go with Josephina. They get on the plane, I believe it's that day or a couple of days after the fact, I'm not 100% sure. Daisy comes over to the house. Then 5 or 2 days, 3 days after that is when they go over to Daisy's house and she's there to pick up her grandmother at that point in time. That's the extent of what her testimony really can be, other than she tried to flung off.
It isn't, you can't ask her, what did she hear? Because it calls, we already know it's hearsay within hearsay. So, you can ask her questions surrounding her travel from Texas to Florida, and what she observed and what she has personal knowledge of.
She saw the pictures. She knew that they were there to help Daisy move. She knew that the locks were changed. She actually verified it herself. And she saw Mr. Jimenez circling in the backyard, and she waved at him, he waved back at her. That's it. That's pretty much it.
But she can't testify about the pictures because the pictures come from the defendant, which is self-serving hearsay.
She can testify to the photographs if she can authenticate. That's our rule of the state's objection. All right, shall we bring in this lady? Just have her sit in the courtroom, please.
Sure, just a moment.
You want to just have a seat around here? Yeah, just have a seat. All right, so can I bring the jury back in?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's move the jury back in.
All right,
This lady, this is where you're going to sit. Just stay there right now. Once we're going to do it back in, we're going to get sworn and then we're going to sit right here.
Should be somewhere else. There's nothing here.
All I heard is accounted for, or the presence of Muslim, you can have seats. Mr. Tomas.
Thank you, Judge Perry. Just have a moment. So, Judge, at this time I call Laylene Gonzalez.
All right, Ms. Gonzalez, come on up. Jose's going to swear you in.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Okay, come on over here. Start to speak. All right, Mr. Tomas is going to ask you questions. There may be another lawyer that asks you questions once he sits down. No one's going to talk over each other, okay? If you hear someone say objection, just pause. I'll get you a pause as well, and I'll tell you if you're going to continue answering or if we're going to move on to another question. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Hi.
Can you please tell the jury your name?
Laylene Gonzalez.
Thank you. Ms. Gonzalez, do you know Daisy Link?
Yes.
How do you know her?
She's my aunt.
She's your aunt?
Yes.
Your aunt on which side of the family?
On my mom's side.
On your mom's side?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you live?
I live in Texas.
back in June of 2022, did you also live in Texas?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know Pedro Jimenez, Miss Link's former boyfriend and husband?
Yes.
Oh. Now, did there come a time in 2022, in June of 2022, when you traveled down from Texas down to Florida?
Yes.
Can you tell us what the reason is that why did you come down from Texas down to Florida?
There was an incident that my grandma.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay, without telling us what someone told you, just the reason. Does that make sense? So you're not gonna say grandma told me, but you're gonna say why you came down, okay?
And if I can just add to that, Judge, I don't want you to tell me what anybody else told you.
Okay.
What I'm asking you is, what is your understanding of the purpose that you were coming down here for, as far as you know?
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, please.
We were coming down there so that way we can bring Daisy and her kids back to live with us.
Okay, so your understanding was Daisy was going to come back with you and her mother to
Overruled.
come back with
Hold on, just listen, grandma. Overruled. You can answer.
come back with you and Daisy's mother to and her kids to go live in Texas, right?
Yes.
Now, at some point, without telling me the contents, at some point, did you see some pictures that had been sent over of Daisy?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Objection, not retaliation.
Overruled. Premature. You can approach.
So, Lailene, I'm going to show you, well, first I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification as States Exhibit A2. Do you recognize what I'm showing you?
Yes.
What is that?
The injury that Daisy had got to her head.
I guess more importantly, is this the picture that you saw that I asked you about a moment ago?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Let's go sidewalk.
Well, they're objecting left and right to this witness's testimony. So she's the niece. I thought it was a cousin, but it's a Lailene Gonzalez, niece from Texas. Daisy is her aunt. There's been 1, 2, 3, 4 objections so far. They do not want this to come in. So I want to see this. I want to see this. This happened the week before, right? I want to see this injury. Apparently, Pedro hit her with the butt of the pistol. So they're objecting left and right. Yeah, Barry. Yep, they are trying to do. Yep, they're trying to do that. She said both of them were victims of DV. They both called. It's like a Sarah George thing, where they both call 911 on each other. They've both been arrested before for it. Pedro has a mugshot. They've been talking about previous bad acts throughout this entire trial. So this is probably one of those witnesses that they're going to bring in as a previous bad act. So I don't think they were officially married, though, but it doesn't matter. But yes, spouse, DV, all that terrible stuff that they both apparently, from what I can understand, what I've gathered, they both have called each other, called 911 on each other, I think. I know he's been arrested because Richard found his mugshot. And I'm pretty sure I heard that Pedro had been arrested, maybe even for this incident. So that's why the state does not want this. So apparently she's going to talk about, saw the pictures, knew that the locks were being changed, so they're trying to get the pictures in, saw Pedro in the backyard. She waved to him, he waved to her, was going to go help Daisy move to Texas, and that's it. So he's really going to ask her about the pictures, seeing Pedro in the backyard, moving Daisy back to Texas and the kids. So he's already gotten out of her that she was going to bring Daisy back to Texas. and the pictures show the injury to Daisy's head. So yeah, JMS, both sides. Daisy was hit. Daisy was pistol whipped by Pedro the week before. So Pedro pistol whipped Daisy, hit her in the head the week before. Did I say the day before? I meant to say the week. A week. Like 5-6 days, something like that. So then, though, don't show that. Don't show the jury. Don't show the jury. So then niece comes and maybe the mom as well. A couple cousins came over. So I thought they were cousins, but she said that's the niece. She's the niece. All right, here we go.
Marks for identification. I don't think it's, well, I'm going to give it to the clerk in a moment, but what's in evidence or will be in evidence imminently, but it's marked currently as State's Defense Exhibit A2. Now, is this one of the pictures that you saw before you came down to Florida back in 2022?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same picture that you saw back then, a true and accurate copy? Has it been modified, altered in any way to your knowledge?
No, it looks the same.
Okay. I'm showing you defense, what's marked as Defense Exhibit A3. What is that I'm showing you?
That's the wound she had gotten.
Is this one of the pictures that you saw before you came down to Florida back in 2022?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same picture that you saw back then?
Yes.
Does it appear to be altered, edited, changed in any way?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Now, before you came down to Florida, had you seen these pictures before?
Before I came to Florida?
Right.
Yeah.
But you saw them for the first time right before you came to Florida, correct?
Yes.
Well, are you going to introduce it?
Well, so Judge, just formally by, I believe, stipulation, I'm moving both of these into evidence.
All right, we'll take the check and come in. Go ahead.
Okay. Defense Exhibit A2 marked by day will now become Defense Exhibit B. And Defense Exhibit A3 marked by day will now become State Exhibit C.
Eventually, when you got down to Florida, you saw Daisy in person, correct?
Yes.
Did you get to see her head and see if she had any wounds that are consistent with those pictures?
Yes.
And did she have wounds?
Yes, she did.
Were they the same ones that we see in those pictures?
Yes.
Do you know if the locks in Daisy Link's homes were ever changed?
Yes.
How do you know that? Can you explain?
Me and my grandma were going to Daisy's house to do some cleaning and packing, and she had given us a key. And my grandma went to unlock the door, but it wouldn't work. So I tried the key because I thought she was just couldn't do it. And when I tried to unlock the door, it wouldn't unlock. And so we called Daisy, and that's when she had told us, oh, she had given us.
Overruled. You can answer.
Go ahead.
She had given us the wrong keys, and that she was gonna come and bring us the correct keys for the new locks.
For the new locks?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you and who's Crystal Barreto?
She's my other aunt.
Your other aunt?
Yes.
Is she Daisy's sister?
Yes.
At some point, did you go with Crystal to pick up your grandmother at Daisy's house?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when that happened?
I don't remember the date, but I remember the night.
Okay. Can you tell me what you observed when you arrived at Daisy's house, when you went to go pick up your grandmother?
I had got out of the car to go grab my grandma's purse, and as I was walking to grab her purse, I had seen Pedro towards the end of the building walking around, and he had seen me and he said hi to me.
Now, he said hi where you can hear it, or did he?
No, he had waved, like saying hi.
He waved.
Yeah.
Did you wave back?
Yes.
Where was he when you saw him? Was he outside, inside?
He was outside.
Outside?
Yes.
Where outside was he, if you remember?
Her house is like a long building, and he was towards the very back in like a big space area.
Like in the backyard?
Yeah, like the open area back there.
And what was he doing?
He was just pacing around.
Pacing around?
And he had seen me and just said hi.
How long were you at Daisy's house before you, Crystal, and your grandmother left?
Like 5-10 minutes. We just talked for a second and left. It was late at night.
Okay. While you were there, did Pedro Jimenez ever come inside the house?
No.
And once you, Crystal, and your grandmother left, where did you go?
We went straight back to Crystal's house to go to sleep.
Okay. Who stayed behind? At Daisy's house?
Oh, just Daisy and her kids.
Daisy and her kids?
Yes.
And the next day, what, if anything, did you learn the next day?
The next day, I didn't know anything. I had I was waking up early in the morning, and my grandma said that she had got a call, and they told me to stay and watch the kids. They just told me to stay and watch the kids while they had to go figure something out.
Okay. Did you learn of anything later that day?
That Daisy had gotten arrested.
Okay. And Judge, if I may briefly publish the jury. And again, these two pictures I just showed you, these were the pictures that you saw, which led up to you and your grandmother traveling down to Florida, correct?
Yes.
So that Daisy could move to Texas with you?
Yes.
Thank you. That's no more questions.
You want minutes confirmed? You took your last. You want minutes confirmed?
Yes, ma'am. That's fine, Judge.
Okay. Start any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning. Thank you for being here today. So, I want to go over a couple things that you had talked about with Mr. Tomas, okay? So, you had stated that you were informed of the reason why you were going over to Florida, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true, though, that your grandpa was the one that told you needed to go with your grandma?
Yes.
Okay. And that your grandma never told you what the reason was to come over here?
Wait, can you say it again?
Isn't it true that your grandma never told you the reason why you were coming over here? To Florida?
The reasoning, we've seen the pictures, but I didn't learn till why after, because she didn't want me to go at first because I had some things going on, but my grandpa wanted me to go with her because she's older.
And to help her out, right?
Yes.
So when you were coming over here, you never knew the reason why you were coming over here then, right?
Not at first.
You were only coming over to Florida to just help your grandma and accompany her, right?
Yes.
Now, you had testified about the photos here in this case that you had seen, right? That was a reason that you found out later on why you were coming over to Florida, right?
Well, I seen the photos, and that was like why we were going there.
But you only found that out later on, right?
No, I already knew about the photos.
Okay. Well, those photos, did you, were you the one who took those photos?
No.
Do you know the date itself that it was created?
Yeah.
Oh, so then you were there for the photo itself, right? If
No.
you know when it was created?
But when you get the photo, it has a date on it.
When you open the photo?
Yeah. And you slide up for information.
Well, these photos, which are defense exhibit
B and C.
B and C, do we see any timestamps on here?
I didn't get a picture. It was through messages.
Through messages, okay. So, you don't know then if those photos were taken a month before then, do you?
No.
It's possible that they were created a month before then, right? Or even 2 months before. Is it possible?
No.
Well, how do you know that's not possible then if you weren't there when the photos itself were actually taken?
Because when you send a photo, there's a date when it's taken.
Yeah, but can't you go into your camera roll and send a photo from a month before and it says the date that it was sent to you?
Not when it's taken through an actual camera.
So, it's your testimony here today. You can't go into your camera roll on your phone and select a photo from a year ago and send it to someone.
You can, but it's going to have the date from a year ago?
The photo itself?
Yes.
Did those photos that I just showed you right now have a date or photo or anything on there?
No.
Okay, so then it's possible then that those photos could be from another time then, right?
No.
Okay, I'll move on. Now, you had also testified on direct examination that you went with your grandma to go check the lock on the house, right?
Yes.
You were given a key.
Yes.
Who gave you that key?
Daisy.
Okay. Now, you tried to use that key on the actual lock itself, right?
Yes.
And it didn't work?
No.
Now, did you actually see that lock itself being changed?
No.
Do you know whether or not she might have given you an old key?
No.
Is it possible she gave you an old key and not one that was new?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible that she might have given you a wrong key also?
Yeah, wrong key. Because it was not the new locks.
Yeah, but is it possible that she just didn't give you the actual key and it could have been to another house or a car? Is it possible?
Yes.
Yeah. And to confirm, you never saw any locks being changed?
No.
And you live in Texas, right?
Yes.
So you don't even know if that's the right key, that actually belongs to a house then, right?
Yes.
Now, when you guys tested the lock, isn't it true that you guys only tested the front door then?
No, I went to both doors.
You went to both doors?
She tried only the front door.
Who's she?
My grandma.
Just give me one moment. Now, before you ended up testing the lock cell, you had said on direct examination that you had seen Mr. Jimenez, the victim here in this case, around the house, correct?
Yes.
Wasn't it true that he was in the area where the kids play? In the area outside the home, like the little playground where the kids play?
No.
No? So it's your testimony here today that that's not where he was located?
What are you talking about? Like,
When you saw Mr. Jimenez for the first time?
are we talking
That
about
day.
the locks?
He was where?
Are we not talking about the locks anymore?
No, we've moved on.
Okay.
Yeah. So that day when you went to the home,
Yes.
Mr. Jimenez, the first time you saw him when you're here in Florida that day, he was outside in the area where the kids were hanging out, right?
Yes, he was saying hi to Junior.
Oh, he was saying hi to Junior.
Yeah.
So he was near the children then.
Yes, he came to visit them.
Okay. And he was waving at you, right?
Yes.
He wasn't angry.
No.
He wasn't mad.
No.
He wasn't screaming.
No.
He just waved at you, right?
Yes.
Acting like a normal person.
Yes.
And that's at the actual house itself, right?
Yes.
Now, you had testified as well on direct that you saw he never went into the house, correct?
Yes.
Were you there up until 3 a.m. in the morning?
I was there up until 10 p.m.
Okay, so from 10 to 3 a.m. you weren't at the home then?
No.
So you don't know if Mr. Jimenez ever went inside the home at that point in time then, right? Because you weren't there. You don't know if he could have gone into the home after 10 p.m. when you left the home, right?
What day are we talking about?
The night of the incident, June 24th going into June 25th.
So you said the first day I saw him there with the kids at the playground.
Yep.
The day of
And he
the
waved at you.
incident, I did not see him there at all.
So it's your testimony that he was never there that day?
Of the incident, no. I didn't see him there until I went to pick up my grandma later that night.
So when you left the home at that time, we'll focus on the first day, when you left at 10 p.m.
The first day, I did not stay there.
So then, on that day that you see him and he waves to you,
Yes.
he's there at the property. He's not inside the house, but he's there on the property, right?
The day he waves at me, I went to pick up my grandma. It was like 1 or 2 in the morning.
Okay. So then, when are you saying that you saw him and he waves to you? At 1 or 2 in the morning or at 10 p.m.?
1 or 2 in the morning.
Okay. And he was outside
Yes.
where the kids were, and he was visiting the kids.
So that's a whole different day.
I thought you had said that when you waved to him, he was seeing the kids.
Oh, that was on the first day I came there. The night of the incident, he was in the back of Daisy's house. She has like a duplex. The front is right here. He was over here in the middle, in the very back.
Okay, but you're saying that's the day of the incident.
That's the day of the incident.
But didn't you just testify 2 minutes ago that you didn't see him on the day of the incident? You only saw him the day before?
1 or 2 in the morning, it was the day of the incident.
Yeah, but that's what you're saying. You're saying on the day of the incident you didn't see him, but now you're saying that you saw him in the back of the house the day of the incident.
But I didn't stay there. I just,
So did you see him or did you not see him that day?
I saw him.
Okay, so you saw him then on the day of the incident.
Yes.
And he was at the house.
Yes.
Okay, so then after you left that house that night on the day of the incident, okay, you could have seen, he could have gone inside the house at any point in time because he lived there, right?
He didn't live there.
Okay, and you live in Miami?
No.
So you know who lives in that house?
Yes.
Because you go there every day?
No, because
We're
then
not arguing doing this. Ask questions.
Do you go to that house every day?
No.
Do you see who goes in and out of that house?
No.
Okay, so it's possible. Is it possible that you don't know who lives inside that house then?
No.
Brandon, just one moment to confirm. There are no further questions.
All right, can you redirect?
Did Pedro live in that house, in Daisy's house?
No.
When you saw him in the backyard, it was 1 or 2 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
So the kids were sleeping,
The
right?
kids were sleeping.
He was just walking around in circles in the backyard at 1 or 2 in the morning, right?
Yes.
Leading. He's gonna re-ask the question.
So 1 or 2 in the morning, you see Pedro in the backyard. What's he doing?
He's sitting there walking around, staring at his hands, walking in circles.
So you had been to the house on another occasion?
Yes.
Right? Okay. So I'm not talking about the other occasion. We're just talking about the last time you saw him, which the next day you find out that Daisy gets arrested, right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, just to be clear, you and Crystal went to Daisy's house to pick up your grandma.
Yes.
Oh.
And you all left with your grandmother at 1 or 2 in the morning, is that correct?
Yeah, we were just there for like 5-10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
You can step down. You can step down as well. Thank you. All right, folks, we'll go ahead and take a lunch break now until noon. We'll come back so that we start at 1:10 p.m. 1:10 p.m. So we've got a clock now, it's 12, and we can work those or instructions there. Please remember my instructions from last meeting. Not to talk about the space amongst yourself or anyone else, not to do research about the case. There may be other witnesses outside, folks that you recognize, ignore them, they're in the right strict order to ignore you, as are the sleep and the lawyers. Okay.
All right, for the juror, third floor, please.
All right, lunch break, lunch break. So let's see, that was Laylene Gonzalez, niece from Texas. So in June 2022, she came to Florida. There was an incident that my grandma, objection hearsay, that was overruled to bring Daisy and the kids back to Texas to live. Oh.
And then the fourth potentially is Pedro Jimenez, right?
Well, Judge, I can't happen to that.
Oh, I'm sorry, he's the one that needs to be closed. You've all arranged for his deposition.
I'm asking my trial coordinator to help me set that up. That's going to be today, hopefully, but it depends on how long we are in trial for today.
Well, let me ask you this. You have 3 more witnesses besides Pedro Jr., right?
Pedro Jr., Crystal Barreto, Josefina, depending on what happens with David, and this one.
Well, you also need to litigate whether or not this is really with Federals and unauthorized or.
Oh, David Price?
Correct.
We're not there yet. He's on jump around. So let me take care of today. So in theory, if we broke a little early, if Isabella agrees, the deposition of Pedro Jr. could be done in this courtroom.
Oh, yes.
I need to videographer because the rules require a child to be videographed. By stipulation, that video is testifying and research throughout this detective cruise as well as there are several statutes, several rules that need to come into play here. And I'm going to more attentive if this court is going to reinstate Pedro Jr. as a witness. I'm going to more attentive that he gave out to television. It is the standard is that moderate emotional distress if he testifies in front of the defendant. I think that we need to have a hearing on that as well.
But in theory, I can do that as early this afternoon, right? right? So he could be the last witness that you put on, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So the next 3 or 4, the state's on notice of.
Yes.
Okay, so that sounds like a plan for today. That's all I care about. That's it. All right, you all have a stipulation regarding the next time via closed circuit television. I've done that before. It's usually in sexual battery cases. The state moves to protect the victim. It's a whole procedure. They literally sit in an office and it's via Zoom. There's no difference between closed circuit television and Zoom, in my opinion. I'll let you all bring up whatever legal issues you think that brings. But if you all agree to that, by stipulation of the parties on this link, we could just do that too. At some point in the near future, it doesn't have to be live testimony. Okay? So the state's putting it out there.
I'm also going to direct the court to section 603, as well as, I just want to make sure I'm right here. 716, regarding competency of a minor witness.
You've never met him, all right?
I'm sorry?
You haven't met him yet.
No, I don't. But
so at this stage, you took last year, reason to believe that he is not competent under the law. Do you know?
I'm sorry.
The state is suggesting that I do a hearing to make sure that this 11-year-old can testify as a legally competent witness. Do you know?
I'm not opposed to that, Judge. I can tell you I've spoken to both her kids. I felt that the younger child was not, but I've been speaking to Pedro. He's a bright kid. I think he is.
Okay.
I think he is. So, but I leave it to the court to make that
Because the state is going to depose him. They haven't met him. You have. We'll just take it one issue at a time.
Yes, ma'am.
So, all right.
before we break, Your Honor, and I mean this with the utmost respect, I'm going to ask the court to stop admonishing the state in front of the presence of the jury.
From doing what?
Well, you snapped at me last week. You snapped at, or excuse me, I don't use the word snap. You interjected yourself to a sponte with no objection from defense with Mr. Tala recently that he's not allowed to argue with the witness, but he's merely asking a leading question, which we are allowed to do on cross-examination. I think it is disrespectful to the state. I think it is implying something to the jury as well. I'm not saying that the court is purposely doing that, but I do think that it is implying something to the jury. So I'm going to ask the court to stop admonishing the state in front of the presence of the jury. I have no problem with admonishing us outside the presence of the jury. You've done that to me plenty of times.
Am I allowed to order in the courtroom?
Absolutely.
And at what stage did I tell Mr. Atala to stop arguing?
When the witness wasn't giving him a straightforward question.
When he was going back and forth to her about where she did. That wasn't an open-ended question. You don't look your duty.
Well, that is the cross-examination we're about. So the merely asked when she said Pedro doesn't live there, he said, you live in Texas, you don't come here every single day. And then the court said you're not going to argue with the witness. She was not giving a straightforward answer, and so our call was merely trying to get an answer from her. Again, I don't have a problem with this court maintaining order. I do have a problem with this court admonishing the state in front of the presence of the jury. It does imply, I'm not saying the court is, but I'm saying that it does imply to the jury that something is amiss.
Okay, but I understand that's what we disagree. But you laid your objections. All right, thank you all. We'll see you at 1:10. You all are resolved.
Yeah, I was kind of picking up on that too. The she does tend to go hard on the state, and he's like, "Stop admonishing us." All right, let's get through Layleen's testimony first. All right, so pictures of Daisy's head and injury are shown to her. She's like, "Yep, that's the same photo that she saw." She saw those photos before coming to Florida. Once in Florida, she saw those wounds on Daisy. Then Daisy gave her a key. This is how she knew the locks had been changed. Daisy gave her a key, but when she went to unlock the door, it didn't work. So Daisy said, yep, the locks had been changed. Then Crystal Perez is Daisy's sister. She's going to be testifying later today. They went to pick up grandmother and saw Pedro walking around outside, and he waved to say hi. She waved back. Pedro was towards the back of the house near the backyard pacing. So they went to Crystal's house to sleep, but Daisy and the kids stayed at her house. Next day, Grandma says she got a call and they had to go watch the kids. Later that day, they found out about Daisy getting arrested. And then Cross came up. Grandpa told her she needed to go to Florida with Grandma. Didn't learn why until after, that Grandma didn't want her to go at first. She said she had something going on. She did see the pictures. Oh, she came to help and to accompany Grandma because I guess, Grandma's need some help traveling. So when did you get those photos? And they kind of went back and forth with this timestamp. She got them through messages. It wasn't a photo. How do you know when those photos were taken? And he kept going on and on. If I sent you something a year ago, that would be, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think I was trying to sort that out by trying to find a photo that was sent to me a while ago. Like, how do you know? All right, this was sent to me a while ago. I can see that it was sent on a specific, like a day, but how do I know? All right, maybe if I download it. Let me see if I download that. Let me download that. Hopefully this won't screw up our stream. If I download that photo, and then, where'd it go? Where did it go? Download photo. Save. Oh, it's my iCloud now. It didn't go to my phone. Why is it not syncing to my phone? All right, well, that's a pain in the butt. All right, well, it's sunk to my iCloud. Let me see if I can get to my iCloud. No, I can't. I have other software on that I can't get to it yet. Okay, so we'll have to do that experiment another time. So let's see. Next day, let's see. Then they talk about the locks. Was it the front, the back only? Oh, you okay, Riker? All right. Pedro was in the area where the kids play. Apparently there's like a playground. The day of the incident, she didn't see Pedro until later that night. They kind of went back and forth and back and forth. So when did you see Pedro? Actually, when did you see Pedro? I was kind of confused. So she didn't see Pedro on the night of the incident, but she said day of the incident, she didn't see Pedro until later that night. But then she said she did see Pedro on the night of the incident. So Pedro waves to her about 1 or 2 in the morning. He doesn't live there. How do you know he doesn't live there? Do you go to the house every day? So that they kind of went back and forth with that. Then redirect, Pedro doesn't live at the house. Okay, so ultimately it was decided that the kids were sleeping. Pedro's walking around. It was like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Let's see. Then they're talking about Pedro Jr. So Pedro Jr., ultimately they're saying he is a bright kid. He will be competent to stand, to be able to testify, but he's going to be either on Zoom or closed circuit. He's going to be on video, basically. They're not going to have him in the courtroom, but it's going to be live. So I don't know if we'll see him, if we'll hear him. They may mask everything. I don't know. Then the state's like, I'd like to respectfully ask you to stop admonishing me in front of the jury. You snapped at me last week. I was merely asking a question, and it's disrespectful. I have no problem being admonished outside the presence of the jury. You've done that to me many times. I'm like, oh, nice. So then the judge is like, am I not allowed to run my court? State says, I don't mind getting admonished, but just not in front of the jury. So she kind of just sort of dismissed it. I don't think she really had a ruling on that other than go to lunch, and that's it. All right. How are we going to do kitty time? Because we don't want Riker to be playing, right? I guess we could do it, but then we could feed him, right? Okay. All right. We're going to do kitty cam, but we got to be really careful because we don't want Riker running around being all rambunctious. So we'll do kitty cam, but we'll be chill with it. All right. Let me get some music going here for you guys. All right. We'll see you in about an hour.
everything that I found. This ain't no different, so look at you now. And baby, cut yourself loose. Save all the things that I said that night. Playing it cool, but I never got it right. Baby, cut yourself loose. I was mesmerized by your eyes. Keep me up every night. Keep me up every night. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone, now that you're gone. Now you know everything that I am. Caught in the palm, no backup plan. So baby, cut yourself loose. Cause a little trouble, don't shed a tear. Keep that sesame smile from ear to ear. And baby, cut yourself loose. I was mesmerized by your eyes. Keep me up every night. Keep me up every night. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone, now that you're gone. Satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone, now that you're gone. look like you could use a friend. And Stupid says, that's great, I ain't never had me one of them. Then Stupid said that Evil, how does this friendship work? And Evil says it's easy, you just stick your head down in the dirt. So Stupid dug a hole and stuck his head down in the sand. And Evil had free rein to carry out his wicked plans. Well, Evil saw that Stupid was truly stupid, and he had time to tear the world apart and split the people into tribes. He said that war can have a winner, and that greed is not a sin, and that man can judge another man by the color of his skin. And all the while Stupid sat while the world burned to the ground, thinking, gee, well, ain't it nice to have fun around? Up his eyes one day and he saw that he'd been tricked. The rich had all grown richer while the poor all took a hit. And his friends were all in jail and he lost all of his rights. And the people were divided and the earth wasn't even fit for life. And he wanted to go back, but by then it was too late, because Stupid followed Evil and there was nowhere to escape. Stupid followed Evil and there was nowhere to escape. don't need no phone. Ruled by the laws above. Nature shows me, makes me taught. I could climb this mountain now, rise above the clouds and see where all the force that kept us strong. Never did I mean no wrong, 'cause I ain't looking back. I ain't looking back. Ain't looking back. Ain't looking back. Ain't looking, yeah. Ain't looking back. Ain't looking, ooh. Ain't looking back. Oh, ain't looking back. Ooh, ain't looking back. Ain't looking back. Ain't looking back. Ain't looking back. Ain't looking
creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. I said it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. I said you're fool, 'cause I don't have the will to run from you. You need examination. I'll be on medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. Break me down. Go ahead, break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead. You need examination. I'll be on medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. Heart of glass, if it shattered, darker days will come our way. I look back to remember memories that never fade. I know why I'm alone. Mistakes that I've made have burned this hole. I pray for a redemption to heal my troubled ways, blinded by perception. Is there no other? Is there no other way? Distant dream, clear horizon, open seas. Why can't we please? I know why this world's alone. Mistakes that we've made have burned this heart.
All right, welcome back from break. We have about another 15 minutes before live court kicks in. And just want to caution that Bianca Ellis is not, they're not streaming it live. The court, well, at least that's what they told us today. That's what the news people told us. Let me just make sure that they are truly not streaming live. So it seems like I was lied to. What? Yep, they're live. So it seems like the...
Are we firing this up?
Well, hold on. So closing arguments, they look like they're giving jury instructions. And they're on a lunch break. All right, I caution you guys, do not give any spoilers of Monica Ellis. Bianca Ellis, please, no spoilers. We will delete your comment and we will time you out if you come in and you give us a spoiler. So please, please, please be on high alert that if you come in and you give a spoiler to Bianca Ellis, we will time you out. We will delete your comment. Okay, I'm very, very serious about this. We do not want spoilers. All right, again, no spoilers on Bianca Ellis. I called the news station this morning and they said that they would not be streaming live. But now that I'm checking a feed, I see that there is something that looks like closing arguments are live and the verdict watch. Closing arguments will resume. So no spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers. You will be timed out. You will be deleted. Okay, I'm very, very serious about this, you guys. We want to watch it on our time. Do not spoil it for us. All right. So we are going to maintain our going live at 5:30 for Bianca Ellis because we want to show Friday's testimony, which was the state and then the defense, and then the state had a rebuttal. So we definitely are going to show that, and they're going to come back with closing arguments. They'll be live, but we're gonna go no spoilers, you guys. All right. Yeah, Dwayne, Aaron and I were talking, so I had us muted. I just muted us, so that's why you didn't hear. I had myself muted. All right, so we're going to continue here, and we're, oh yes, 13th juror, you wanted me to go over.
Close it down.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, guys. Yes, I am muted. I am muted because I'm talking to Aaron. So just everybody, just relax. I am muted. You'll know when I'm.
If you're not looking at the camera, then you're not talking to the
people. All right. So kind of to recap her interview, 13th juror. It was very, very difficult, but I'll review what review what I have. Let's see here. Oh, and they're coming back.
Am I bringing her in for any limitations?
Yes, John.
Okay. What were those limitations?
It'd be the same as really all the witnesses. Ms. Barreto has no personal first-hand knowledge about the incident prior. She received text messages from Daisy. Then, in response to saying, "Who did that to you?" she said, "Pedro," in her text messages. She has no first-hand knowledge about any of that. She can't testify to that. It's self-serving hearsay from the defendant. She can testify, "I went to go with my mother. I went over to Daisy's house. Daisy came to my house a few days prior. I saw those injuries." But that's the extent of what she can actually testify.
I communicated with Daisy thereafter I went to her house.
Sure.
All right, what's your response?
I agree, that's essentially it. And also, Judge, she was at the scene after the shooting.
That's right.
And I believe she testified to this at an Arthur hearing some time ago, a long time ago before I was on the case. So there'll be some questions about that as well. That's the extent of it.
Right. I have reason to believe she could have denied making that spontaneous statement. She was actually there.
Do you anticipate the spontaneous statement coming out in your direct?
Yes.
All right. I guess we'll just take it one thing at a time. Can we just remember spontaneous statements, as Mr. Rodriguez pointed out, I was conflating a couple issues, but as he pointed out, they're hearsay, and they might fall into a couple of different categories of effect on the listener, which is why I was conflating it. But because of their condition of reliability, they come in as substantive evidence. But the foundation has to be laid. So in other words, similar to excited utterance, there has to be some event that precedes the spontaneous statement. I've already given a limited instruction. I would just caution you all, if that spontaneous statement is going to come out, and you all wanted to be considered for some sort of substance evidence, as opposed to an effect on the listener, there has to be these little breadcrumbs, you use the phrase breadcrumbs, that also need to come out also. Again, because of the reliability, the spontaneous statement is preceded by some sort of an event. It doesn't have to be a startling event, but an event. I think we're all on the same page, right? State? I think we're all on the same page.
Yeah, I think there's just she's going to deny ever making a statement. And it's already been brought up with Detective Morales. I think that they said that is going to be
part of the reason that I let it in with Morales is he did say it was spontaneous, but he also talks about what he's observing as he's investigating, trying to narrow down who is actually responsible for the homicide of paper events. It's part of the reason that I let it in. But I guess two things can be true. It might be able to come in for two different reasons. But it is a pretty damning statement, if I can use that word. It's pretty important, and so that's why I took the extra step to get a little bit of instruction, because I didn't believe that it was introduced in the full context of a spontaneous statement. Forward, Mr. Dumas, I did do some research based on what Mr. Rubio argued regarding the self-serving statements from our opponent. Here is at Earhart's, it's 90.80318, 803, 18, and it does indicate that, so it talks about admissions being offered by party opponents, but it doesn't have to be an admission. In other words, it doesn't have to be against someone's interest, such as a confession. It can just be statements. And two things can be true. Statements by defendants introduced in court can probably fall into a couple different buckets, right? Effect on the listener, they make certain actions, but when they are offered by the defendant, only the state can introduce them because it's a part of the problem. If you can convince me otherwise, then you know what you want. All right, let's bring in this lawyer, please.
You want the first thing to do.
You're on okay? You have to stand on that.
Yeah. Just come up a little bit.
That's Ms. Barreto. Ms. Gonzalez already testified, so she's here, and he's not a witness.
Am I speaking to Ms. Barreto beforehand?
I mean, I think it's not a bad idea to give her limiting instructions.
Ms. Barreto, you testified during the earlier, remember? Yes. So you're just going to answer the questions that are asked. Please don't add anything extra. The lawyers may have some leeway to give you what we call leading questions if I allow it. But otherwise, just answer the question that's asked of you. There are some limitations regarding the past incidents between Pedro and Daisy that the court's already limited. So, for the time being, the only prior incident of violence is the one that occurred 5 days before. And unless someone has personal knowledge, such as being there, you can't testify to it. If someone saw injuries a couple days after, they might be able to testify as to what they saw a couple days after. Does that make sense? Yes. Okay. All right, just have seats. We'll bring in the jury, and then we'll have them go and sit in front of them in a minute.
Judge, well, I know the camera had a question about if anyone in child testifies about whether or not he's going to be on camera or he's on video. I advise the court should be the one to make the determination.
You mean live with the court? Oh, we'll have a conversation over here, so they'll probably just angle the camera to the seats, right? Yeah. Thumbs up from the camera, folks.
They just asked me before we go.
Oh, okay. They agree. Is that in person? No.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, for the jurors.
Alright, welcome back everyone. Please be seated. All jurors were present, accounted for, orders, okay. Do you have another witness we're going to call?
Yes, Your Honor, at this time I would call Crystal Barreto.
Ms. Barreto?
Raise your hand. Do you swear from the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Alright, just watch your step up and down. I'll tell you what I told the other witness. Question, answer, try not to talk over each other, even if you think you know what the answer is going to be, or you know what the question's going to be. If you hear the word objection, please pause, and I'll let you know if we're going to continue answering. Bill will first, the state will second, and then Bill will third. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Crystal Barreto. I am the sister of Daisy Link.
Okay, so Daisy's your sister.
Yes.
Right. Do you live in Florida?
I live in Homestead, Florida.
Okay. Back in 2022, did you also live in Homestead, Florida?
Yes.
Back in June of 2022, around June 19th, June 20th of 2022, did you come to learn about something that happened to your sister, to Daisy?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Without telling me what was told to you, did you at some point receive some pictures?
Yes.
Okay. How did you receive those pictures? From who?
From Daisy through text message.
Through text message. So, Judge, if I may approach?
Sure.
I'm showing you what's already in evidence as State's Exhibit. Well, I'll start with State Exhibit B. Is that one of the pictures that you saw, that you received from Daisy?
Yes.
And what is that? What do you see in that picture?
Daisy's with blood all over her shoulder area and looks like some hair and on her shirt.
Okay. I'm now showing you what is in evidence as Defense Exhibit C. Is that one of the pictures that you received from Daisy on that same instance?
Yes, it is.
And what do you see in that picture?
It's Daisy's head, opened like a gash in her head with blood on her head and her hair.
So after you received that notification from Daisy and you received these pictures, did there come a point after that where you met with your sister Daisy in person?
Yes, when she sent me the pictures, I offered to take her to the hospital, and I went in person to her home to get her children so that she would be able to go to the hospital and get treated for her injuries.
Okay, now when you went to her home for that purpose, do you know how long it had been since she had received those injuries?
It had been maybe a few hours, maybe 24 hours. I don't really know the time frame of when it happened because I wasn't there when it actually happened. I was only there, after the fact and to get the children from her to make sure they were in a safe place so that she could get treated for the injuries that were on her head that looked severe, in my opinion.
And that was going to be my next question. When you saw Daisy, did you have an opportunity to actually see her head and see her injuries?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you see when you made that observation?
I seen open wounds on her head area. It looks like you can see like her skull, lots of blood, lots of swelling all over her head. I urged her to go to get medical treatment because I felt like something could happen to her because it didn't look. Anybody who would have saw that injury would have been worried for her safety and for her life.
Okay. So you took care of her children, and what did Daisy do when you took care of her children, as far as you know?
As far as I know, because I was checking up on her through the time frame of how she was and how she was feeling, she went to the hospital to get medical treatment while I stayed with her children.
Okay. Now, without telling me what you said or what anybody else said, at some point did you communicate with somebody else or share those pictures with somebody else?
Well, as soon as I saw the pictures, and I immediately contacted my mother, and I let her know that.
You're saying the one. So remember, just gotta answer the question. So it's the same. If you're gonna pause, and he's gonna ask another question. Okay.
Okay.
I don't want to get into what you told her or anything, but in your communications with your mother, did you send her those pictures that I just showed you?
Yes, I did. I did send her those pictures.
All right. At some point after that, your mother lives in Texas, right?
Correct.
At some point after that, did your mother come down to Florida?
Yes, she did.
Around this time, were you, just for context, around this time, did you have some kind of medical issues yourself?
Around this time when this was happening, I had just given birth, and I had a cesarean section, and I wasn't able to really do a lot to try to help Daisy and with the kids because my mobility was kind of limited and what I was able to do as far as, trying to help out in a way that I really couldn't help out.
Okay. All right. So your mother came down to Florida. What was your understanding of what your mother's plan was in coming down to Florida?
Objection, hearsay, infringement of hearsay. If you know. So I'll guess,
So what I know, what we communicated, what I asked of her was to come down to Florida because the injuries that I saw looked really severe, and I figured they could be life-threatening to me, in my opinion. Please come down, take Daisy and her children to Texas, which was a safer place for them.
And as far as you know, was that the plan?
Yes, that was the plan.
Right. Now, you live in Homestead. You live relatively close to Daisy, correct? Or you lived relatively close to Daisy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that time period, as far as you know, was Pedro living with Daisy?
From what I know, he was not living with Daisy.
Okay. Now, I want to fast forward to shortly before Pedro lost his life.
Mm-hmm.
Did you go to Daisy's house at some point to pick up your mother?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me about that, please?
She had called me. I don't remember exactly the time. I know it was like early morning hours, maybe 12 midnight, maybe 1 in the morning. I don't remember exactly the time to come and pick her up.
Objection, hearsay. Don't tell us what you haven't answered. Remember, you have to say what other people told you. So with that limitation, you can continue.
Okay. So we went to pick her up, me, my ex-husband, and Laylene.
Laylene was with you also?
Yes, from the home. I stayed in the back. I didn't get out the car because, I was with injury. And I don't remember exactly what happened when I got there. I just remember going to pick her up and leaving,
So you went, and it was around what time?
It was late. It was maybe early morning. It had been maybe 12 p.m., 1 in the morning, but I know it was like early morning hours.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 12 a.m., 1 a.m., around there.
All right, around 12 a.m. to 1 a.m.
Right.
Okay. So you went, you stayed in the car, right?
Yes.
Did your cousin Laylene, is Laylene your cousin?
She's my niece.
Your niece, I'm sorry. Laylene, she got off the car?
Yeah, she got off the car to maybe help my mom with whatever she had, her bag or something. She got in the car. My husband was there.
And you guys left?
Then we left, yes.
Now, at some point later, do you end up coming back?
Yes, we ended up coming back.
Okay. All right, so without telling me what anybody told you, how is it that what happened that caused you to come back?
There was a phone call to come and pick up Daisy's children from her home because an accident happened.
Okay. So when you arrive, do you recall having any interactions with any members of law enforcement?
When we arrived, when we first got there was a detective. I don't remember exactly his name. He introduced himself from the homicide. He was, I don't remember his name. I just remember what he looked like.
What did he look like?
He was kind of tall, slim built, young looking guy. He had asked us for our identification when we got there, and he introduced himself from the homicide.
When you say he asked us, who are you referring to?
Me and my mother.
You and your mother. Okay. He asked you for ID.
Right. He asked us for our ID. He said he was from the homicide. And he said that my sister was in the police car.
Okay. Was that the extent of your exchange with that particular detective?
No. After he took my ID, he then called me to the back of a car. And then he proceeded to tell me that he had far worse news for me than what was going on there. And I was confused. I didn't understand, what exactly news he had for me. And he told me that my driver's license was suspended for over a year, and that he could take me to jail if I was driving. And I asked him if he was trying to intimidate me. And he was like, well, your driver's license is suspended for over a year and I could take you to jail. So I told him, isn't there something more important going on here than a suspended driver's license? Because you told me you were from the homicide bureau, so I'm guessing somebody's passed away here. And you're worried about my driver's license being suspended.
And then what happened?
And then he proceeded to try to ask me some questions, and I told him that I did not want to talk to him anymore after that. So he then had a woman detective come question me.
Before we get to the woman detective, what you just described, was that the entire extent of your exchange with that male detective, or was there anything else?
Just about my driver license being suspended and him wanting to detain me.
At any point, did you tell that male detective, Daisy must have killed Pedro?
At that point, we really didn't know what had happened because we had just gotten there.
Did you at any point to any detective or any member of law enforcement ever say, Daisy must have killed Pedro, or anything like that to anyone?
No. Only whatever I wrote on my statement, that was the only time I talked about any issues that were going on.
Okay, so you said you spoke to a female detective after that.
Yes.
Can you tell me about that exchange or that interaction?
When I spoke...
Hearsay. I'm sorry, what was the question? I spoke to a female detective.
I'm asking her what occurred when she had this exchange with this female detective that she spoke to after the male detective.
So remember, you're not going to say what anyone told you, right?
Right, just what I
Just
said.
asking about the exchange.
Right. We just exchanged what happened a couple of days before the incident.
Objection, you're saying? Okay.
So we...
Did you show anything to the detective?
Correct. I showed her the pictures of her injuries.
The same pictures I just showed you? Okay, you showed it to the female detective?
Correct.
And
I also showed her the messages that we had exchanged during that period of the exchanging of the photos.
Okay.
And she then proceeded to tell me that she wasn't interested in that part of the situation, that she was only interested about what happened the night of leading up until the events of when Pedro passed away.
Okay. Was there any more to the exchange? Did it end there, or was there more to it?
I just basically told her what I knew from that point on. That I dropped my mom off, that she was going to leave with my mother after the incident had happened, and that was basically what happened up until the point where he had passed away.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. That's all the questions I have at this time.
Did the state have any questions for you?
Good afternoon, Ms. Berta.
Good afternoon.
So you were asked on direct examination about the statement you made to police, and I don't want to misquote you.
Mm-hmm.
So you mentioned that you never told police anything about if Pedro is dead, Daisy must have shot him.
Correct.
You said you never told police that.
No, they asked me if I recall telling them that, and I told them no, I did not recall saying that.
I'm sorry, Ms. Barreto, so I want to get this clear. On direct examination, when the defense attorney asked you, do you remember telling the police if Pedro was dead, Daisy must have shot him? You said, I never told police that. Did I misquote you?
Are you talking about when he did my deposition?
No, I'm talking about right now when he was asking you the question.
Correct.
That's what you said?
Right.
You remember giving a deposition?
I do.
The state was there?
Yes.
The defense attorney was there? A court reporter was there?
Yep.
And they were typing everything you said?
Okay.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you swore to tell the truth, right?
Yes, ma'am.
The whole truth?
Yes.
And nothing but the truth? Just like you're doing here today?
Just like I'm doing here right now.
Now directing court, counsel, and witness to Ms. Barreto's deposition, page 28, starting at lines 22. Question.
Hold on. She's talking.
Permission to approach the witness, Judge? I'm going to start here. Question. Do you remember saying that if if he, meaning Pedro, is dead, that Daisy must have shot him? Answer, no, I don't remember saying that. Is that right?
Yes.
But today, you remember 110% you didn't say it.
Right.
So is it that you don't remember or you didn't say it, Ms. Barreto?
Well, the question was, did I remember when he asked me? And I said, no, I don't remember.
No, the question was, did you make the statement? And you said you didn't. So my question is, did you not make the statement or is that you don't remember?
But I think you just read me the question and it said, do you remember saying that? And I said, I do not remember saying that.
Absolutely. So Ms. Barreto, I'm going to ask you again. Is it that you did not make the statement for sure? Or is it that you don't remember making that statement?
I did not make the statement 100% for sure. Unless I was a psychic, then I would have made the statement. But I'm not a psychic.
Okay, so now I want to talk about other questions you were asked on direct examination.
Okay.
You were also asked about the pistol whipping situation.
Okay.
You weren't there when that happened though, right?
I was not there when it happened.
So you don't know how it happened?
I don't know how it happened.
You don't know why it happened?
No.
Where it happened?
No, I wasn't there.
Right. So the only thing you know is what Daisy herself told you happened?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you are Daisy's sister.
I am.
But you didn't live with Daisy in 2022.
No, I didn't.
And therefore, you didn't know if Daisy and Pedro were living together in 2022.
I didn't live with her. So
that's a no,
I wouldn't know who's living in her home, only what she tells me.
Right, so that's a no. You wouldn't know if Pedro was living in the home.
I didn't live with her, so I wouldn't know unless she told me something.
Okay, and you never... And Pedro was a trucker, right?
From what I know, yes, he was a trucker.
And Pedro would support Daisy and the kids.
I don't know that.
Do you don't know that?
No.
Did your sister work?
She was working.
Sorry, you can answer. Did she work?
From what I know, she was working.
Where?
At a towing place.
That was in 2022?
I don't remember what year it was. I just remember her working there.
But so my question is specific. In 2022, do you know if she was working?
I don't remember if it was 2022, what year. I just remember her working at a tow place.
So you're not sure, sorry.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Now, you were also asked about the pistol whipping, the injuries. You mentioned that you called your mom and you told your mom to come get her.
Yes.
But when your mom came down, she didn't go directly to Daisy's house right away, right?
No, she came to my house.
So that's a yes, she didn't go directly to Daisy's house. She went to your house.
Correct.
So your mom was concerned, but she didn't go see Daisy right away.
No, she went to my home where the kids were at.
Okay. And you also mentioned going to the hospital, and I believe you said with those kind of injuries, you would want to go to the hospital right away. Did I quote you right?
Yes, I would.
Do you know if Daisy went to the hospital right away?
No, I believe it was the next day.
So do you know if she called police that day either?
I don't know, I wasn't there.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about the night of the shooting. You mentioned that you went to pick up your mom from the house that day.
Right.
But you didn't get out of the car?
No.
So you didn't see Pedro?
No.
You didn't see Daisy?
No.
And you didn't see any of the kids either?
Nope, I didn't.
Now, you also mentioned that your mom came down to get Daisy because she was scared for her.
I asked my mom to come down and get Daisy because I was scared of what I saw in those pictures.
Okay, but you don't know if Daisy and Pedro were communicating from the day of the pistol whipping. You don't know if they kept communicating up until the night he was shot.
I don't know that information.
Would it surprise you to learn that they were still communicating?
It would surprise me.
Would it surprise you to learn that she went to go pick him up the night he was shot from his friend's house?
It would surprise me, yes.
Moment to confer, Judge. No further questions.
You were asked a question a few moments ago about you only knowing what Daisy told you, right?
Correct.
Well, you saw pictures for yourself, right?
Yes, I did.
And you saw those injuries for yourself, right?
I did see them.
And those injuries were fresh, right?
They were pretty fresh.
And there was open wounds on her head, right?
Open wounds, blood, and you could see her skull bone.
So that's not just what she told you, right?
No, it's what I saw in person.
You saw it with your own eyes, right?
Yes, with my own eyes.
And what effect did seeing that have on you?
Objection, relevance. Oh, you can answer.
I felt like it was life-threatening. I felt like...
I'm sorry. Sorry. You're going to pause that answer.
Do I go this way or stay down? Okay.
Lots of objections going on with this witness.
So, I'm going to reverse myself. The objection is sustained. He's going to ask a different question.
Okay.
So, once you see that, you do, and what if anything is crossing your mind?
When I seen that, I felt like the situation was an emergency situation to where either Daisy herself or her kids had to be taken out of that situation. To me, it was not a very good place for either of them to be, and it was a very dangerous situation to where if somebody would have did that to me, I would feel like they were trying to take my life away.
All right, thank you, man. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. You can step down.
Thank you.
I just need a few minutes with the lawyer. We'll all define it and jury again. Thank you.
All right, the jurors.
Jurors are all present as well as the you guys asked if you're going to confer with the first two witnesses that testified. Are there any other questions that you thought from us should have asked? I know for the first one you wanted to do. What about the second one? No, Judge. All right. Since they're here, you wanted to call them for anything, you have that option. Does that make sense? Yes, ma'am. Who's the third witness that you're going to call, and do I have to also talk to them about?
It's her mother.
So it's 3 minutes for us. So you're right there. Yeah. We already talked to you, but since you're here, it's going to take a minute. I'll go through it again. Remember, you're going to answer just the questions that are asked. Mm-hmm. And I've already ruled that the only incidents of prior violence at this stage that are coming in are only the incident from what the lawyers are calling the pistol whipping incident. Mm-hmm. I expect you to say something along the lines of came down based on injuries you saw, right? Right. Did you observe, is there another incident of argument, Mr. Glass? Was there no incidents of violence, so there may have been incidents?
Yes, Judge, so...
And she's already testified to that in that position, right? And also the record hearing? I don't remember from the record hearing.
I don't recall from that position, and I wasn't there at the hearing.
Well, I remember there may be an argument that you observed, after you came down from Texas.
She observed him grabbing her, and she observed some physical altercations between them.
Other than that, I don't think we expect anything else to come in.
No, just she learned about the pistol whipping incident. She got the pictures. She came down, and she observed interactions between
So you
Daisy
just
and
have to be
Pedro.
careful not to say what other people told you.
Of course, yeah.
Unless I instruct you, you can, or unless it's pretty clear from the way that the lawyers are asking that they're suggesting that answer. Sometimes they are allowed to do that.
Judge, and I'm sorry, can defense just say when is it that because I'm reading her deposition and I didn't see an instance where she mentioned they were scuffling around or something?
I don't remember specifically. I just remember her sitting in observing an argument. That's from my memory of the argument.
Correct. So when she gets picked up a couple of hours before the shooting. Prior to that, she observed interactions between Mr. Jimenez and Daisy Lincoln. There were a few times where he physically assaulted her, and she could also observe their interactions and him being told to leave, and she told him to leave, and all that stuff.
Again, Judge, I don't. If the defense can point you to a page and line number of where she testified that to at deposition at an Harper hearing, that's different standard than at trial, and under her deposition, I do not remember.
No.
Was she asked this?
I don't recall if she was even.
I do remember asking her specific acts of other violence.
Yes.
I actually might be right here.
And she testified, because I thoroughly read it, as to the prior years, but as to the night of the incident, I do not remember her saying anything about her saying him get into a scuffle or her saying for him to leave. Anything that the defense is just proper, and I have her deposition in my hand right now.
Well, if there's a question where she says that she didn't, then great. But if there isn't a specific question, then I'm not.
Well, then we go to the other one.
Hold on, just give me that.
No, Judge.
Hold on, stop. The reaction can't be what sounds like a nuclear option at this point. Let's just go and see first.
Judge.
If there is a question, as Ms. De Leon is flipping
Judge,
through.
it's not a nuclear option, you respect. There is certain discovery obligations by defense. There are certain things that they have to put the state on notice. Their obligations are very different than the state, yes. But the reaction from defense counsel to, well, if there's not a specific question, I don't know what to tell you, is completely flippant and against the rules of criminal procedure and case law.
Let's just check to see if someone asked you, what did you observe? Were they arguing? Did they put their hands on each other? Things of that nature. Let's see what's in the deposition first. And while we're here, from the last time I remember, you don't swear, but you do affirm, right?
I promise.
Well,
Yeah.
right now, there's one choice or the other. Do you swear or do you affirm?
I affirm.
Okay, that's fine.
No,
Well,
no, no.
Jose's gonna swear you in front of the jury.
I did say something about that night, and I never.
No, just ask the lawyer to
Okay.
double check to see what
Okay.
specific questions were asked.
Okay, so I want to direct the court to, go back real quick. I want to direct the court to the witness's deposition starting on page 33. And when the question is asked about, I'm asking you between the years of 2016, 2017, that's when the incident of the armed grabbing situation occurs.
I'm sorry, 21.
2016 to 2017. 33. So what defense was saying is that she said that this happened the day of the incident because she was in the car, which is a ridiculous detention, Judge, because I'm reading the deposition and I will finish, because now we're asking about the date of incident. So once I finish, I will let you know if any of that was disclosed.
Mr. Valance, if you find it, state's looking to, if you find it, let me know.
Okay, Judge, I'm going to quote this case to the court. I found it, and it's not what the defense is saying. We're going to start on page 70 of the witness's deposition. Line 23. Let's talk about the actual incident night itself. How long were you with Daisy that day? I got there at 1:30 a.m. or p.m. p.m. on the 24th. On the 24th, and you stayed until when? Close to 2 o'clock in the morning. Why did you leave? I was exhausted, really, I was jet lagged. And after this meeting, what was going on back? Question, and I don't know what that means. I'm gonna have to have you explain. Whatever was going on, what does that mean? Answer. I got there at 1:30 and I was there with Crystal. We were waiting for Daisy to get there. She said she was going to be there a few minutes. She was at the post office. Then she pulled up in a rental, the same rental car that I'd seen her with. And so Pedro didn't know I was there and he had no idea that I arrived to Florida. So he was getting out of the car and then he saw me and his face just turned like a ghost. He couldn't believe I was there in front of him. So I told him, you know, you lied to me. You know, you were saying here that you thought Daisy was in the man and you know, I confronted him and I said, well, you didn't tell me that you dashed her back. And you know that you were punching her in the face and she has wounds on her head. I said, you know, and she said, yeah, go ahead and tell my mom why you did that to me. And so he said, I'm not going to stay. I'm really going to leave. I'm going to leave. I said, no, I think you should do a police report for me. And he said, I already called some friends. I only came with her. This is what he said. It's because I helped her get the rental car. Her truck is in the shop, and since the car's still in my name, I have to take the rental car. I said, yeah, but I want you to know why you did that to her. He said, because you know I caught her with another man, and I know you told too late that it was your nephew. I said, but so you get to do that to her, and I told you that was my nephew, but you didn't tell me that you did that to her. And you know, he was like, well, I'm gonna leave now. Anyway, so this white man pulled up another vehicle and he's out there talking to these three men. And he said, look, I haven't touched Daisy since 2016, and yeah, I lost control, but I didn't mean to hurt her. And so before he left, he threw out a credit card. He said, there's $17,000 in this car for her trouble. I'm sorry.
Can we stop for a second? Let me just, page 75, line 21. He was there, but he was choking her, and then he ran out the door. I mean,
Is there something that preceded that? Is there other questions that preceded that? In other words, choking in the city song?
I mean, there was a lot of back and forth kind of all over the place during his deposition, as you heard. He grabbed her, again, page 75, line 3. Line 2. Question. Arguing is not violence. Tell me about the violence. He grabbed her by her throat and slammed her against the wall, trying to choke her, and I told him to stop. I'm calling the police. He said, no, don't. I'll lose my career. I'm leaving, and he runs out the door. Then a little bit further, he talks about choking her. Where's the surprise? I don't understand.
But the back and forth between that, I don't know. She's not specifying that it was the date of the incident.
I'm going to impeach her on that. I think we're clear. Anything else?
As long as I can impeach her, Judge. Okay.
Have a seat. Once the jury comes back in, you'll come sit right here next to me. Similar to the argument, right? Okay. So I'm going to jury.
All right, the jurors.
Reminder, head count, presence. Y'all can be seated. Lawyers are present as long as it's still.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, I call Josefina Perez.
Ms. Perez.
Ms. Brown? Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give will be a truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
To the best of my ability, yes, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Hello, I am Josephina Perez, mother of Daisy Margaret Link.
Daisy Link's your daughter. Do you have another daughter?
Yes, I have several daughters. Crystal Jean Barreto is my daughter, and Gloria Gonzalez is my daughter, and Valentina Perez is my daughter, and my granddaughter that you just saw in here. My granddaughter is Layleen Yasmin Gonzalez.
You speak a little soft, so I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay, sorry about that.
You reside, where do you reside?
I reside within the state of Texas.
Back in 2022, did you also reside in the state of Texas?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to direct you to around June 20th of 2022. Did there come a time around then where you traveled from Texas to come down here to Florida?
Yes, I did.
What caused you, without telling me what anyone told you, what happened that caused you to come down here from Texas back then?
I saw some photos of my daughter Daisy with her head bashed in, covered in blood. She had a giant scrape on her neck. She had a giant bruise on her arm, and the message, whoever got it, when they gave it to me, said...
So remember, we're not saying right
Okay,
now
sorry about that,
what
ma'am.
someone else told you, but you observed photos, and then you came down to Miami.
Right, but there was like a little text with it, and all it said
You
was...
observed photos and text.
Yes.
Okay. We'll ask the next question.
So these photos, Exhibit B and C, Defense Exhibit B and C, are these two of the photos that you saw which preceded you coming down here from Texas?
Yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. So what were you looking to accomplish when you were coming down here?
I was supposed to be... What I was looking to accomplish when I arrived before my original date was to remove her and the children to safety immediately. We had already had plans to do that. I just had to, do it at an earlier date because of this.
Now, when you say you already had plans to do that, what are you referring to?
I was supposed to come instead in around July the 4th, and once we had all the stuff packed and the children would already be out of school, that she was going to leave with us, and Mr. Jimenez wasn't going to know about that. It was just going to be on a random date, and he wouldn't have known.
So that plan was already in place for around 4th of July.
Right, yeah, we were coming for 4th.
But you were looking to implement that plan earlier.
Right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And what caused you to do that was finding out what happened here?
Right.
Objection leading.
All right, so you come down here. What happens when you come down here?
I arrived, well, as you know, I received a message with these photos, and I arrived...
Let me stop you for a second. Without telling me what the messages were, who were these messages from?
My daughter, Crystal.
Your daughter, Crystal?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you traveled down here, did anybody other than Crystal know that you were coming down here?
No, nobody. Well, on my end, yes. On my family side, yes, but nobody on this
You
end.
didn't inform anybody that you were coming down. You just came down? Is that
Right. Mm-hmm.
All right, so you come down, and what happens when you get down?
Well, like I said, I arrived within hours. Like, I arrived at 5 a.m. And I had Crystal's husband pick me up at the airport, drop me off at Crystal's house, and he had to go to work. And I saw Daisy later in the afternoon. She didn't know I was here. I didn't want no one to know I was here.
You didn't want her to know you were here?
No, I wanted to see what was really going on. You know, I want to observe. So when she came, I saw her. Yes, I did see the physical open wounds on her head. She had a giant bruise on her arm. She had a scrape, like a mark here. And I told her, you know, that's it. We have to get out of here now. And I need you to, we're going to pack everything up and we're just going to leave.
Okay. Now, I want to fast forward to the last night that you saw Pedro Jimenez.
Mm-hmm.
You know the night I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let's start off from the beginning of that day. When do you first see your daughter Daisy, or when do you first go to her house that day?
I arrived at 1:30.
In the afternoon?
Right.
Okay. And all right, so what do you do? What do you observe?
I sent her a text and I told her that I was here, you know, at her place. And she said, okay, like more or less, I'm not going to be specific. I can't remember word for word. I'm on my way.
Okay.
So.
Now you said around 1:30 p.m.?
Yeah, in the afternoon, yes.
All right, do you recall approximately when it was that you finally left Daisy's home that night, or later that day?
Around, like, between 1:30 to 2 a.m.
1:30 to 2 a.m.
Right, somebody picked me up, so.
All right, so you were there for around 12 hours.
Right, but not at her house, exact. I was with her, but I went to my other daughter's house, too, with her.
So during that day, during those 12 hours, you were with Daisy for those 12 hours, but you weren't necessarily in the same spot. You went.
Right.
You went, at some point, you went to Crystal's house, right?
Gloria's house.
Gloria's house. Your other daughter.
Yeah.
And you came back. Do you recall around what time it was that you went to Gloria's house and when it was that you came back to Daisy's house?
Not exactly. I know it was nighttime when I left. And I think it was still daylight because the children were playing outside. So I would say, like, I can't say exactly, maybe 10:30, 11. Between 10:30, 11, we left from Gloria's house.
To go back to Daisy's house?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to see Pedro Jimenez that day?
That night, yes.
That night. You didn't see him prior to the evening?
Just when I arrived at 1:30.
Okay, what did you observe when you arrived? At 1:30 p.m.
Yeah, in the daytime. I was sitting in the SUV with my daughter Crystal. We were waiting for her.
Waiting for who?
Daisy.
Okay. Go ahead.
And Pedro came out of the vehicle with her. And he had this look of shock, like he couldn't believe I was there. Oh, and then I told him, you know, why did you lie to me?
Go ahead. You told him.
I told him, why did you lie to me? You know, you're saying that Daisy's trying to hurt you and stuff, and what did you do? Why did you do that to her? You did that to her. She didn't do anything to you. Why did you do that? So he said, I haven't touched her since 2016. So I should get some.
Narrative. It's the same. He's going to ask him and motion and judge maybe go sidebar. No, it's the same. Really fine.
All right. So you have an interaction with Pedro, okay? And he was there. Did he leave at some point?
Yes.
Around when did he leave?
You mean like after I said something? Or
I mean,
what
after
time?
that interaction,
In like 30 minutes, 3 men came and they picked them up.
3 men came and picked up Pedro.
Right, he doesn't have a car, so.
Okay. All right, so he left.
Mm-hmm.
And did you... When was the next time that you saw Pedro after he left with those other men?
I saw him that night. I don't know the exact time, maybe 11 something, going to 12. She was supposed to take him directly home. He doesn't have a car. And she said, I'm going to take Pedro home. And
you say she, you're talking about?
Daisy said she was going to take Pedro home, so he won't come over, because if he comes, then we're going to have a problem. So let me give him a ride home. And I told her, okay.
Objection, narrative, hearsay. Oh, you're almost done with your thought.
Yeah, I'm just going to say that, and then I sent her to the store, and he did come instead of going straight home.
So Daisy came back with Pedro to Daisy's house.
Right.
Now, once he's there, do you observe any interactions or altercations between Pedro and your daughter Daisy?
Yes.
Okay, what did you observe?
First, he choked her for a reason, a conversation that they had, and her response made him very, very angry. And then I told him, I'm going to call the police. The second observance was
Hold on, before we get to the second. Okay. What, if anything, did Pedro do when you told him that first time, I'm going to call the police?
He said, don't call the police on me or I'll lose my career. I'm leaving. And then he ran out the door.
He ran away?
Yes.
Do you know where he went?
No.
Okay.
It was inside the house, so I don't know.
Did he come back at some point?
Yes.
All right, when did he come back?
About maybe 15, so many minutes later. I was with her sitting out front by the AC unit. That's the front door. So I turned my head around, and Mr. Jimenez stuck his arm in the door, in the window. There's a broken window that is punched out. And he unlocked the door and went inside, started knocking things over. And then Daisy opened the door in the front. They have one door is on this side, one is on this side. And she said,
objection, hearsay. Oh.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. She said, get out of my house. Give me my stuff back.
Now, she said, get out of my house. Did Pedro live there, as far as you know?
No, but, he would just stop by, like when you have your time out from the truck driving.
Right.
Yeah, he would just show up, so
I just want to ask you some follow-up. Mm-hmm. You said that he stuck his hand through a broken window and unlocked the door?
Right.
So, was he outside and he stuck his hand into the house to unlock the door from the outside? Is that
right? I'm sitting at the front window, so I see the door. I see him put his arm in. He's turning the knob, little knob that you have there. And so I just turned around to Daisy real quick and I said, hey, he's coming in through the back door.
Objection, hearsay, narrative, overruled. That's the end of her question. Her answer, you can ask the next question.
All right, so he came in, he started knocking things down, and then he was told to leave? Is that right?
Yeah, I told him, no, I didn't tell him. She told him, get out of my house now. Get out of here. And he grabbed her purse that had her cell phone in it. It was a red purse. And she had a pint of whiskey on top of the stove that she had bought, And so he took it and he ran out the back door.
Okay. Did you see where he went?
No. No. Actually, we weren't trying to cause a problem with him. That was the whole point that she made.
Well, there's no pending question. The question was, did you see where you went? No.
No.
I was going to ask another question.
All right. At some point, does he come back, and if so, when?
The third time he came back, it wasn't that he came back, he was hiding in the alley behind the truck.
Let me stop you. If you remember, this third time, do you know more or less what time this was?
No, we were sitting outside, like in the front by the front door.
Is it dark already?
Yeah, it's dark.
Okay, all right, so the third time you were saying?
I didn't know it was him at first. It's like really dark, and it's a shadow. Like, you can see someone standing there. So I said, Pedro, is that you? Pedro. And then he moved, and he came towards me, and then he laughed. He was saying he was going to tell me some stuff,
Okay.
Some stuff about Daisy.
Okay. Is there any other physical altercation that occurs at that point or after that point?
Then the last one was when she went to the back. We thought he was going to be gone by then. And then she said, I'm going to look over.
You're saying,
she went to the alley to see if she could see her purse thrown there since she kept standing around the alley. So I told her, let's wait till the morning. She goes, no, just in case all my things are in there. Like my cards, my phone. Let me see if it's there. And then he came, I'm trying to figure, from this way, I don't know east, west, or north, it was dark out, but he went like this, and he saw her, and he came running like this, and he clotheslined her. Like when you go like this, and knocked her back, and then he said some cuss words, and grabbed her by her hair, and then hit her like this, like you pick someone up, and he put her face on the. It's like a gravel. Yeah, I could see him, and I told him, "Now I'm not playing with you. I'm going to call the police for sure." And he didn't say a word to me. He ran away.
Non-responsive. You finish your thought. You didn't say a word to you, and then
he left. That was it. He ran off.
Is that the last time you saw him?
That's the last time I saw him. Yes.
Okay. So that was the last time you saw him. Before that, if you know, how many times was he told to leave, either by yourself or by your daughter?
Many. Like the parts that I didn't discuss. She was saying, "Leave, get out of my house."
The question is how many times?
Oh, maybe about 5 times between the both of us.
Okay, so he's going to ask another question.
Okay. All right. So that was the last time you saw him. He left. At some point, you leave Daisy's house as well, correct?
Right. I left later, much later. About, like I told you, the time.
How long after this last time that you saw him was it that you left?
Maybe 30 minutes. And I looked around. I didn't see him anywhere, so I told her, I'm going to go home. I'm tired, and I discussed it with my other daughter. I said, I need a ride home. You know what? I don't want to be around this stuff. I told him to go, and hopefully he'll stay gone until the morning. We can figure out what's wrong.
Okay. And what was the plan for the following day?
We were supposed to have a barbecue since I had just arrived. And then we were going to plan, like basically her escape without him knowing. Like I told her, we can't let him know anything. And so that was our plan for the next day.
Okay. But then at some point, not long after that, you ended up going back to Daisy's house, correct?
In the morning, after the police called me.
The police called you?
Yeah, they told me that to come get the children and get them away, so I did.
Okay. If I can just have a moment, Your Honor. Judge, that's all the questions I have at this time. Thank you.
Let's see if the state has any questions for you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I want to talk about the story that you said on direct examination?
Objection to characterization. Move to strike.
Sustained, just move on.
Yes, Judge. So you mentioned on direct examination that you told Pedro on the night of the incident, get out. Did I say that right?
That I said to him?
Yeah, that's what you testified to. I just want to make sure I heard it right.
Because I got to make sure. At what point? The first time, the second, or the third? Because I said different things.
So you tell Miss Perez, did you, on direct examination, testify that you told Pedro on the night he was shot to get out of the house?
I told him to leave.
Okay, you told him to leave.
Right.
You remember giving a deposition?
Right.
The state was there? The state attorney was there?
Will there be a difference, the word leave and get out? I don't, there was...
So, Ms. Perez, my questions...
Finish the thought.
If you're saying leave or get out, we said it so many times. I could make a mistake and say I said one thing or the other, but we did say it.
I understand, Ms. Perez. I don't want you to make a mistake here today, though. So I'm going to ask it again, okay? Did you testify on direct examination that you told Pedro on the night he was shot to leave the house?
Can you refresh my memory? Can you reread that to me? Like, what was the question and the deposition?
Ms. Perez, so is it that you did say it, or is it that now you're not remembering? So
No, I know what I said.
Okay,
ma'am.
so did you say
However, on the day of the deposition, you had a
Ms.
mic
Perez,
problem, so I want to make sure that...
I understand, Ms. Perez, but my question is
I'd ask that
very
you allow
clear.
the witness to finish her answer, please.
Sustained. Finish your answer. We're not going to go in back and forth, okay?
Right, I just don't know if that was the time that the mic kept going out.
Sorry, Ms. Perez, go ahead.
What I was saying was that when I was being depositioned, the mic kept cutting in and out. So every time I would get a question, it could have been the beginning of one question and the end of another.
Okay.
So that's why I'm asking you, at what point are you stating that I said to leave?
So I'll ask my question very specifically and you can answer, okay?
Okay.
Did you say, right now, as your testimony in court,
Right.
did you say that you told Pedro to leave the house on the night he was shot? At any point, did you say that during your questioning?
During the inside, yes.
During your questioning?
Yeah.
You remember giving a deposition.
Right.
The state attorney was there.
Right.
The defense attorney was there. A court reporter was there.
Right.
And she was writing down everything you said.
Right.
And you swore to tell the truth.
It's not that you swear to tell the truth, it's that...
Ms. Perez, if you allow me to finish.
Okay.
Thank you. And you swore to tell the truth, the whole truth,
Right.
and nothing but the truth. That's a question.
To the best of my ability.
To the best of your abilities,
Right.
you swore to tell the truth. Just like you did here today?
Of course.
Okay. Now directing court counsel and witness to the witness's deposition conducted on September 9, 2025. Ms. Perez, I want you to look and see where is it that you say that you told Pedro to leave the house. Any point
Objection
of that
improper
page.
impeachment.
Sustained.
Can you point
to
to
me? She's going to re-ask the question.
Can you...
Where in this deposition did you tell Pedro? Where in the deposition did you tell Pedro to leave the house?
No objection.
Sustained.
I cannot see...
They're going to have to re-ask the question.
Okay.
Judge, may we go sidebar?
It's funny. You just never know what you're going to get with these trials. Just never know what you're going to get. So they're trying to impeach her. What's the difference between leaving and what was the other thing? Get out. It was the mic that was going out. What's the difference between leave and get out? She's got a good point. Mom's holding her own, I think. Mom's holding her own. All right, so we heard from Crystal Barreto. She's the sister of Daisy. She saw pictures, she saw photos of Daisy with blood on her shoulder, hair, shirt. Daisy's head had a gash. Offered to take her to the hospital and went in person to her home to get her kids so Daisy could go to the hospital. She lives in Homestead, by the way, same as Daisy. She said the injury looks severe. Did Daisy go to the hospital? I mean, that's a huge thing. If Daisy went to the hospital, then just have the hospital worker come in. She urged Daisy to get medical treatment, and anyone that saw that would be fearful for her life and for her. She was checking up on Daisy as she went to the hospital, and she stayed with the kids. After that, she immediately contacted Mom. So then Mom came to Florida, asked Mom to please come to Florida, take her and the kids back to Texas. Pedro was not living with Daisy. Okay, so she stayed in the car while her niece, Laylene, got out to help Mom with the luggage. Her husband was there too. Went back to the house due to a phone call. That's after, Pedro was shot. Oh, and then this was interesting. She talked to a detective and he said, I have far worse news for you. And she was confused. Your driver's license was suspended for over a year and he could take her to jail. She's like, are you trying to intimidate me? So that was objected to, overruled twice. She's like, isn't there something more important going on than you trying to tell me about my driver's license? So she stopped talking to him. That's when a female detective came over. So then the detective said, she said the detective wasn't interested in what happened the few days before. They're only interested in the night of. So then they tried to impeach her on cross. Do you remember saying if he is dead, then Daisy must have shot him? No, I don't remember saying that. She's like, I didn't make that statement 100% unless I'm psychic, am I? And I'm not. These women are pretty, I don't know, they're pretty interesting. Let me put it that way. She doesn't know. Okay, so she wasn't there when Daisy got hit with the firearm. It's only what Daisy told her. She didn't know who was living with Daisy. Only Daisy would tell her. She knew Pedro was a worker. She knew Daisy worked at a tow yard. So that's I think that caught the state by surprise. All right, Daisy did go to the hospital the next day. I would love to see pictures of that. All right, then Mom comes in and they do a quick little proffer. And then now here Mom, Josefina, she traveled on June 20th. She saw photos of Daisy with her head bashed in, covered in blood with a scrape on her arm. She wanted to remove Daisy and the kids. So they were going to come July 4th. And so they wanted it to be random so that Pedro wouldn't know. They wanted to implement the plan earlier due to what happened with the pistol whipping. Crystal had sent her the messages. That's the daughter. So she arrived around 5 a.m. Son-in-law picked her up, Crystal's husband. She didn't want Daisy to know she was there. She just kind of wanted to surprise Daisy and kind of see Mom wanted to see what the heck's going on, right? So she saw the open wounds and a bruise on her arm, scrape on her shoulder. So she said, that's it, we're leaving now. So they get there at 1 p.m. and they left at 1:30. So they were there for about 12 hours. Then that's when they saw Pedro around 1:30, and that's what Crystal testified to. That's also what Laylene testified as well. So let's see. So Pedro apparently tells her, I haven't touched her since 2016. Why did you like me? Daisy's trying to hurt me. Oh, why did you lie to me? So he's trying to say, hey, Daisy's the one that's trying to hurt me. I haven't touched her since 2016. So Pedro is a truck driver, but yet he doesn't have a car. So 3 men came to pick him up and they left. So Pedro doesn't have a car. So Daisy says, I'm going to take him home. That's why she went to go pick him up, if you believe this story. So Daisy went to go pick up Pedro because she didn't want him coming back to the house. So she was going to take him to his house. So that makes sense now. But she came back. She should have taken him back to his house. I don't know why she came back to her house. So Daisy and Pedro do come back. Even Daisy tells Mom, if he comes over, we're going to have a problem. So Mom observes Pedro choking her in some kind of, so she responds they have a conversation and he's choking her. It must have been about her cheating. Then mom says, I'm going to call the police. So Pedro says, don't call the police. I'll lose my career. And he ran outside. He came back 15 minutes later. So she's outside with Daisy. Here's where it gets confusing. But Pedro stuck his arm in a broken window, but then it ends up being that she was inside and Pedro puts his arm through a broken window, unlatches the door, and then comes in.
Permission to approach, Judge? Sure. Now, Ms. Perez, where on this page do you say, I told Pedro to get out? Page 70.
Let's see.
And please let us know when you're done with the page.
Okay, what about it?
Do you see on this page 70 where you stated that you told Pedro to get out of the house? It's a yes or no?
We're not even in the house at this point. You said you're asking me at 1:30.
Where on this page do you mention that you told Pedro to get out of the house? It's just yes or no.
What is this in reference to, ma'am?
Okay.
That's why I'm confused because I'm not in the house at this time.
We're going to start with this line where it says, starting on line 23, let's talk about the actual incident night. And I want you to start reading from there.
Yeah, it says I got there at 1:30.
So the question is,
Yes,
the question
ma'am.
about tell us what happened that night.
Right.
Okay, review the pages in front of you.
Right.
Did you ever inform the lawyer who was questioning you
that you told Pedro to get out of the house?
I never got a chance to tell him anything. That's the truth.
Ms. Perez.
That's your answer. Let's ask the next question if you have another question.
Okay.
So that's a no. Okay. So now you were also asked about coming to get Daisy after the pistol whipping situation.
Right.
You weren't present when that happened, right, Ms. Perez?
No, I wasn't.
You don't know how it happened?
Not based on my own knowledge. No, I wasn't here. I wasn't there.
You don't know where it happened?
No.
You don't know the context of that whole pistol whipping situation, right?
Well, I knew about it, but not because I was there. Someone told me, the other party that was there.
And that someone that told you was your daughter?
No, my nephew also told me.
Okay, but you only know from what they told you because you weren't there.
Of course.
Now, you live in Texas, correct?
Yes.
And you lived in Texas since 2011, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And Daisy has lived in Homestead since 2011, you would say?
Since she was born.
So since she was born,
Right.
so that's a yes.
Of course.
Okay, so, and your relationship with Daisy isn't close, you would say?
Well, we talk every day almost.
Okay.
Even though we're far away, yeah.
But you don't know about the relationship with her and Pedro on a daily basis?
Only verbally, by conversation.
Only what she tells you?
Right.
And you would actually speak to Pedro on different times?
Yes, I do.
You had a good relationship with Pedro, a consistent relationship with Pedro, I would say.
It wasn't good, and it wasn't consistent, but I did keep a relationship with him as well.
He would call you.
Right.
Now, you were also asked about the date of incident. So you came down to get Daisy and pack up, right?
Yeah. That was the plan.
But then you mentioned you were going to have a barbecue the day after.
And?
So were you having a barbecue or were you trying to get her out of Miami fast?
The barbecue has nothing to do with how I was going to get her out. I mean, we were going to have a barbecue as a family.
So I'm just trying to figure out at what time between you coming to Miami and you having the barbecue, what time are you packing?
Off and on. She already had stuff all over the floor to wash and everything. We're not making it obvious that she's trying to leave. It's supposed to be like nobody's going to know.
Okay. You also mentioned you saw Pedro that day. Is that right?
Are you talking about?
The night of he was shot.
Yes.
Isn't it true, Ms. Perez, that Pedro was the one who got the rental for your daughter?
Yeah, the truck was still in his name.
So he was the one who got the rental for your daughter?
Right.
And isn't it true, Ms. Perez, because you were there, that they were driving up and down together?
No, they arrived together at the apartment. I don't know if they were up and down. He didn't even know I was here.
We'll break it down then.
Okay.
When they arrived to the apartment, they arrived in a car?
Yes, and
They arrived together in the car?
they arrived together.
They were with the kids as well? At one point?
No, they weren't with the children.
So if I were to show you ring camera footage before he was shot with him, Daisy, and the kids, would you recognize that?
I don't recall the kids getting out of the car. I recall him and her getting out of the car. So, I mean, yeah, you would have to check that.
So, Ms. Perez, I'm kind of confused with your timeline. You were there at the house the night Pedro was shot, correct?
Yes.
And the kids were also at the house before he was shot.
They were with us, though, not with him.
But Pedro at one point comes to the house with
Right.
Daisy in the car.
She was supposed to give him a ride home.
Okay, so we're going to start at the beginning. When you first get to Daisy's house, isn't it true that Daisy and Pedro arrived in the car together?
They arrived together, yes.
Okay. Now, isn't it also true that they were driving multiple locations together?
When they arrived together, okay, and he saw that I arrived there, and we got into that conversation about what happened to her, I told you he left with 3 men.
So he left the house?
He didn't go in the house. He stood right outside and talked to me about the incident, and then he left. He said, I called some friends, I'm
He
leaving.
left with his friends?
Right.
And isn't it true, Ms. Perez, that your daughter went to go get him from those friends' house?
She went to go, you want me to tell you why?
Ms.
Okay,
Perez, I just
it's
want you
either
to
yes
answer
or
yes or
no.
no.
Okay,
Isn't
yeah.
it true that your daughter went
Yes,
to go
she
pick up
did.
Pedro from his friend's house?
Right.
So your daughter is so scared that she goes to pick up Pedro after he leaves from the friend's house?
She was supposed to take him home so he doesn't come and harm us. So she's trying to cooperate with him.
I understand, Ms.
Okay.
Perez, but isn't it true that your daughter was the one who decided to go pick up Pedro?
Well, it'd be better than having him come to the house where the children were.
Ms. Perez, my question is very specific. Isn't it true that your daughter was the one who decided to go pick up Pedro? He didn't ask her to go pick him up.
I don't know that.
Would it surprise you to learn that she told the detectives that she went on her own will?
No, sidebar, please.
Wow, the judge calling the sidebar. So would it surprise you to know she told detectives she decided to go pick him up? No, sidebar. Wow. Interesting. All right, so we're getting through cross here. Oh, Pedro, let's see, we still have to, so. Sounds like somebody's running the bath. So we didn't know about Pedro came running and clotheslined Daisy, grabbed her hair, put her face in the ground. Mom says, that's it, I'm going to call police now. Pedro runs off, and that's the last time she saw him. Daisy told Pedro to leave often, 5 times between the both of them. So now we're getting into cross, and she's trying to impeach her with the deposition. Can you refresh my memory and reread my deposition? Then she talks about there was a mic problem the day of the deposition, so she's suggesting that the mic was cutting out, so when she would say one thing, it would be the end of one sentence, beginning of another. Is there a difference between leave and get out? So let's see. Then so page 7, where does it say you told Pedro to get out? What is this in reference to? I'm not in the house at this time. The judge says, did you ever inform the lawyer that you told Pedro to get out of the house? So she never got a chance to tell him anything. She said she had a relationship with Pedro, but she says she wouldn't call it good or consistent. And having this barbecue had nothing to do with trying to get Daisy out of Florida. It was just not to make things obvious for Daisy to leave. Daisy and Pedro arrived together. Then Pedro saw her, and that's when he left with his friends. So Daisy went to get Pedro at the friend's house. So she was supposed to take him home and not back to her home. So why did she come back? Why did she take him back? See, now that doesn't make sense. And I'm in agreement of like, why, if you're so afraid of him, why go pick him up? But I get the fact you want to pick him up because you don't want him to come back to your house because those friends are going to drop him off at, well, maybe not. Maybe the friends will take him back to his house. Yeah, see, it's definitely a little... All right, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? What do you guys think about the poll? How much do you believe Miss Perez's story? 100% believable, 16% think that. 75% believable, somewhat. 21%. 50% iffy, 39%. 0% not at all. 24% of you think not at all. I think there's something there. I mean, I think some of it is truth, and some of it might be, obviously, she's trying to protect her daughter. I think there's some truth. Yeah, it sounds like somebody's running a bath. And it was 3 a.m. You're right, Sharon. It was 3 a.m. when all this happened. Well, she went... So they were packing. So they were there from like 1 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. So she said she was tired. She wanted to leave at that point. Yeah, something is definitely off, Mallory. Something stinks. Something is definitely off between all of this. But isn't that always the case? Richard says she's coming across as honest, or she's very good at lying, just the way she is forthcoming, not like she's having to think of what to say. I think there's definitely some truth in what she's saying. It sounds like Pedro, it's like George and Sarah, or it just sounds like any of those toxic relationship trials that we cover. Both sides are at fault. Both sides have their good days, bad days. It sounds like Pedro was no saint. Doesn't sound like Daisy's a saint either. I believe that Daisy probably got beat on. He probably hit her in the head. I'm not, I don't. Right.
All right, jurors.
George, any more cups, please, so I can do business. Does anyone have cups? Is that?
I have some cups in the room over there.
What kind of cup?
All right, do we do we'll bring you water outside? Can you just step outside?
Over there?
Yeah, I need a few minutes to do it. All right, let me see these text messages. Yes, Judge.
I apologize, you need to get 2 more pages. It looks like it's off.
It's just those first two.
I'm looking for June what?
19th, Judge. It's a little box at the top.
There's a line of there's a line of text messages from the defendant's mother where she says something to the effect, "You're hanging around with certain people, you're on drugs again." Judge, I want to bring this to attention. I stepped outside for a moment because I heard laughter, and honestly, I went to use the restroom. Each and every one of the defense's witnesses are all sitting next to each other, all discussing things. I don't know the context of what they're talking about, but the rule of sequestration has been invoked. This has been a problem throughout the entirety of this trial.
Okay, please measure your response. Mr. Demas, can you just go check outside to make sure we're discussing your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And apparently one of the witnesses is watching the trial on YouTube right now. And speaking in the comments. And I think that's what they're laughing about.
Well, we're not talking about the case. Or their I'm sorry, we're not talking about their testimonies.
Judge, the entire trial is
Hold on,
playing.
the last time here. Let's just look at the last of that.
Did he just say and a witness is... Yikes, sorry. And a witness is watching YouTube? Is that what they just said?
Mr. Demas, did you...
Yes, Judge. She wasn't talking about her testimony.
That was made. I told Mr. Rita, at least they're not talking about the testimony. She made a comment, and I don't think we realized you weren't here. The student is here. That they're laughing about the trial online. So I said, we're still not talking about their testimonies, and then we came back to him.
Right, she wasn't talking about her testimony, but I told her, look, just when you're in the middle of your testimony, just sit over there and just don't talk. So that's what they're doing.
Judges were watching the trial.
Who's her?
Any of the witnesses. We were informed that the last witness, which would be Josephina Perez, is actively watching the trial, watching playback of the trial, laughing at comments of the trial.
Says who to you? Do you want me to, if you're going to make these allegations, please make sure to back them up so I can have evidentiary hearing. So if I told someone to consent, I can do it appropriately.
As soon as Mr. Arcala comes back, I will ask him who texted him this, but that is wildly improper for a witness to actively be involved in a trial to that manner, and I absolutely think that we should be having an evidentiary hearing.
You need to bring me names and a body, and then we can have evidentiary hearing.
I'm getting that information right now.
I'm afraid to talk because I'm going to miss something. It's like every time I start to talk and give a recap, something happens.
Okay, so the text message you guys wanted to use is, I'm going to come here to finish the job, something you should have been doing. You should have been doing yourself. You've been hanging around Pedro's friends. That's why he's no good, and neither of you, but he's going to jail, and so are his friends. I'm going to find you for him. That's what you all want to use.
Judge, sorry, can you read it again?
Which text message do you think she opened the door to? I have it on page 16.
It's where it starts. I'll tell you right now. It starts. Yeah, I know you hung up. Starting with that one.
What page?
Page 5, Judge. Well, I don't know if you have page 5. Judge, can I sorry, you just pointed out to you? May I approach you?
So what's the last? Where is the last? Can you stand up, please?
Which text message is it?
Right here. Start with
Is this the only one or is there more?
That was the only one.
Yes.
Guys, I need the messages so I can make a rule.
So it's these two? Okay, so I guess it's page 10 and page 5.
And 16. Yeah, there's a context that starts out with pictures from what we just saw here, right? No, there's the pictures of a baby.
Judge, those pictures are in evidence or have been in evidence?
No, my question is, these text messages between Miss Lincoln and her mom, right?
Oh, yes.
Right. What starts the back and forth between her and her mom? Aren't there pictures from the quote-unquote pistol whipping incident?
Well, Judge, we know that from her testimony. That
Okay, well, am I not looking at these in context? Okay, so you want the first pages? Yes. So it starts with page 6.
And then, Judge, if you want the context, then can I see page?
I know the context, but they're in order, so let's put them in order.
And so here's page 11, 11, 12, 14, you have 16. Okay, you have, so start, this is the first page of 16, 44, 17.
Okay, so do you want the text message on page 7?
Yes, Judge. So the state is requesting the text message on page 7, on page, I think there was 11, on page 16, and if the court wants to give context in 17 as well.
All right, you said the text on page 7, what else?
7, 11, 16, and 17.
Seven is for what purpose?
Do you have 5, Judge? So it's 5, 6, 7.
I have 5.
Right, so it starts on 5. And then,
well, I need to figure out today before you lose the kids for this time.
yes, that's the.
And people you don't even know watching their kids, like leaving them, like leaving the OR with your kids. What bullshit is that? That's what you think she'll be door to?
But yes, Judge, because if you continue to read the messages, so basically she said she came down here to bring Daisy to Texas, but those messages, which are highly relevant because there are 6/20/2022, which is.
So, okay, the one on page 5 that I just read is from June 16, 2022.
Yes.
Okay. The one on page 7 is from June 16, also 2022. And which one do you guys want to introduce in that one?
What page are you on? 6, Judge?
On page 7.
No, Judge, we don't want page 7, but the court was saying context.
Okay, so withdraw withdraw the request on page 7.
Yep.
All right, what about page 11? What's page 11 and 11?
Judge, we want page 10 and 11 to give context. All right, so if you start on page 10, she starts talking about before that was a head injury, so it's a continuation of it.
So what's the text message in page 10?
where the witness literally says, I don't give a shit about you, now all I care about is the kids.
And how does that open the door?
Judge, it opens the door because this witness is literally saying that she came down here for Daisy's safety. She was so scared about Daisy. She was so scared for her safety. And these messages literally prove that she was trying to come down before this incident to take the kids away from Daisy.
And page 11, sentencing before they take them away forever?
That's the case.
Okay. What's on page 16?
Page 16. Okay.
I'm going to come here to finish the job, something you should have done.
Yeah, Judge.
So you yourself, because you've been hanging around with Pedro's friends, and that's why he's no good, and neither are you. But he's going to jail, and so are his friends. I'm going to find each one of them. So this, to me, indicates she has a problem with Miss Link having her kids hang around Pedro and Pedro's friends. How does that open the door to any other motive that this grandma has to come and pick up her kids?
Judge, the messages
to keep the kids away from Miss Link and not from an outside force.
The messages before that, she talks about taking them away from Miss Link because of Miss Link. Now on this page, she's adding to that and mentioning Pedro and everyone else. But if you go back, she's first talking about Miss Link. And she says, if you don't get your shit together, it literally says that.
Which we also have a court order entered into evidence already by defense for something of limiting the parental rights, which we know that Miss Link also had her parental rights limited. There was a family court case based off of that alone, which this in greater context when the defendant's mother says, look how hard you work to get your kids back. Do you want to lose them forever?
What's on page 17 that you all want?
17. Nothing, Judge.
17 is also drawn. All right, Mr. Tomas, what's your response?
Judge, I don't think she's done anything to open the door to that. I don't see how this is peaches.
Judge, yes. So the defense opened the door because the witness has testified on multiple occasions at this point that the sole purpose that she came down here was to take Daisy away from Miami to move her to Texas. And that's basically she was scared for her safety and she was scared about Pedro. So the witness has opened the door, Judge, because these messages go to prove the exact opposite, which was that she wasn't scared for Pedro. She was literally, a couple days before this entire incident, was going to come down here and try to take the kids from Miss Link based on Miss Link's actions and what she felt was not being fit of a mother. And then add to the other text message about Pedro and his friends.
So would you agree that part of this message has to do with Ms. Perez discussing some prior action by Ms. Link, maybe drug use, but also the behavior of Mr. Jimenez and his friends? When you're talking about her being a bad mom, do these messages contain both of those quote-unquote allegations from Ms. Perez? You want to impeach her by saying,
yes, Judge.
No, you really came down here because Ms. Link is a bad mom, right?
Yes, Judge, essentially, yes.
So when in the text messages it talks about not just how hard Miss Link fought to get the kids back, maybe some drug allegations, but it also talks about Miss Link letting her kids hang around Pedro and Pedro's friends, right?
Judge, so away from the very first start of these messages are about Miss Link, her drug use, or whatever she's accusing her of, Judge. Now you come to the end of that conversation, and the court is now emphasizing, oh, it's also Pedro and his friends.
Do you know what's relevant? Hold on, you know what's relevant right now for my purposes? Let's start on page 8. When the pictures are sent 5 days before the shooting, because just about everything beforehand is not relevant to me.
Judge, so the page that the state wants is not relevant? I'm confused.
Answer my question. Is there anything else you want to add to the record? I'm not inclined to let them fight the meets otherwise. I would see that this is opening the door. Also, in the full context, Ms. Perez is complaining about Mr. Jimenez as a father. Complaining about him as well.
So you just stated, the court just stated, you don't see how we open the door. I, on cross-examination then, am going to ask her, did you have any concerns about the kids being with Daisy at any point up until before Pedro was shot? And if her answer is no, Judge, the case law is clear that we can impeach by any means, including extrinsic evidence, and if she denies those messages, then they come into evidence.
You guys really want to try this a second time, right? You guys really want the conviction to try this a second time?
Judge, it's not...
You feel my frustration of how
of course, Judge.
leading me into error?
Judge, I understand the court's frustration, Judge, but you also have to understand...
How leading me into error by focusing on her parenting skills, number one, maybe drug use, uncharged crimes, number two, and how in the full context of which one to extract essentially half of the text messages to show how Ms. Perez thinks her mother is an unfit mother. There's also parts of this where Ms. Perez thinks Mr. Jimenez is an unfit father.
Judge, so I understand the court's frustration, Judge, but you also have to understand the state's frustration because the defense was allowed on direct examination to present all of this testimony, essentially, basically saying that Pedro was a sole aggressor, that basically putting in the light that he was the one that caused everything, that everyone was scared of him, Judge. But you have to put it into context, Judge, which we are allowed, and she also mentioned, Judge, let me ask, that I asked her, are you close to her? And she says, we're close, we talk every day. And these messages go to show that they don't have the great relationship that she has painted on direct examination. We should be allowed to tell the story, not based on what defense is just saying. We should be allowed to impeach witnesses with their own testimony about things that they're painting in a different light. We should be allowed to explain that and impeach.
All right, thank you. The request is denied. Everything must be seen in context and relevancy. She didn't necessarily open the door. And you didn't get it on some level. You want to introduce text messages out of context relating to the possibility of uncharged crimes that are years old, because we know that there may have been a DCF case against Ms. Link, but it's years old. And her testimony is not inconsistent with regards to the primary reason that she came down to retrieve the kids. And I might add, those text messages start a chain of conversation, which starts out with pictures of Miss Link's injuries to her mother. It's not inconsistent with what she was talking about, which is her primary motive of coming down here to retrieve Miss Link as well as the kids. All right, well, your objections are only for the record.
Judge, I'm going to ask at this point that we have
Do you want to mark them? So that if it goes up on appeal, you have it?
Sure. I'm also going to ask that we can conduct a contempt hearing at this point. I just also received screenshots of Ms. Paredo's Facebook page where she is actively posting and commenting about this trial while the state's witnesses were testifying. I have numerous pages of screenshots showing that, news articles, commentary from YouTube, etc. Ms. Paredo just testified a few hours ago.
So it sounds like something I can take up after we adjourn the visit.
Sure. I think
I'm not going to waste this jury's time. I had a hearing right now. We're going to keep this moving for now.
I understand that, Judge, but we also need to potentially also have one for Ms. Perez. I have somebody from the state attorney's office who actively saw as she went out. She was speaking to Laylin and Crystal with a minor child still there who has yet to be deposed, talking about this case.
What is she saying? What are the words that were coming out of her mouth?
I can bring that person in, like I said, but it doesn't really matter.
You have to have a good faith base. It doesn't matter.
I absolutely do have a good faith base.
I know what happened here.
No,
that could be talking about.
No, they were watching the YouTube feed of this case and laughing about it.
You have to be specific. If I'm going to pause these proceedings, have a contempt hearing, we're going to have an evidentiary hearing, but it has to be specific.
Judge, like I said, I can bring that person in who saw it.
We're going to do it right now.
What's the other remedy here, Judge?
The other remedy is for you all to be prepared to ask me to pause this so that I'm not having this jury hang out in there for 30 plus minutes.
Judge, the remedy is to pause this trial now because this witness's testimony, who's actively testifying in this case, has been actively watching the proceedings of this case when the rule of sequestration has been invoked, we need to get to the bottom of what she actually has been watching and doing during this trial, because her testimony very well could be tainted.
You're guessing.
I'm not guessing. I
don't know what's going to happen when I bring this witness in, but it better not be a waste of this jury's time.
Judge, I absolutely have. I have screenshots of Crystal Barreto's Facebook page posting these things from 5 days ago. It is one thing to say, my sister's on trial and I'm really scared for her, etc., etc., etc. It is another thing to do when this court has already kicked her off of the Zoom once, when we're about to start opening statements here, when this court has instructed the defendant that her family is not to be involved in these proceedings, to actively be doing those things. I get that this is a high-profile case. I am well aware of that.
I've been doing this for 21 years. I take every case seriously, whether the cameras are here or the cameras are not. Every defendant matters, whether it's a drug case, something simple or something more serious.
I agree with the court. I'm not saying the court is doing it.
Cameras don't matter to me.
I agree.
I wish they mattered. They didn't matter to others as much as they do.
I agree with the court.
Go ahead. Coffee's going to buy me some more time.
I agree with you.
We've moved this along. How else do you want to see?
I think we
All right,
have.
Mr. Tomas, go outside. Please tell Ms. Perez not to discuss this case with anybody else. We've already told her that. Make her sit far away from others.
Yes, ma'am.
Bring in the state attorney person that told me to.
Judge, she's in the middle.
Can you go get Mr. Tomas for me?
I don't know where it is. Would you like me to forward these?
Hold on, so we're waiting until Mr. Tomas comes back.
No, I'm asking the court if you want me to forward these to you on defense counsel.
Hold on, just wait for Mr. Tomas.
Yes, sir.
Can you check to see Mr. Gomez in the bathroom?
Sorry, Joe, I just ran to the restroom.
Okay, say, we want to hear from.
So, Judge, Mr. Perez is in the middle of taking a plea in front of Judge Brinkley. To me, from what I've been told, I don't think that he needs to testify here. But what I do think needs to be put into the record, and Ms. Barreto should absolutely answer for these.
Email me and
Yep.
Mr. Gomez.
And then I think that Ms. Perez also needs to be questioned. As I mentioned before, Ms. Perez, Ms. Gonzalez, and I believe Ms. Barreto were all outside speaking as I stepped outside briefly with the minor child in tow. I have no doubts based off of these, and I'm going to send these right now to everyone, that they have been actively speaking about this case. And I think the court needs to do an inquiry of these witnesses about that, because this is actively a violation of the rules.
You're guessing right now.
Judge,
just send me what you have, and I will review it.
It is not a yes when I'm holding it.
They are family. They are family, right? So if
They're not just family.
If they're talking to each other, what are you expecting to do when you stand outside? You have to bring me something more than just I walked out.
Judge,
They're together talking.
Judge, no.
No?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay. Did you overhear them discussing this case?
I watched Ms. Perez be handed things, yes. I saw the YouTube feed myself, yes.
Let me see what you have. Go ahead and give it to me.
It was just sent.
Okay, so in context of what? This is Ms. Barreto sharing it on her Facebook page?
Right, and I've actually watched some of those videos. There's live feeds in there. I don't recall the very first post, but I've watched that video myself, in which that person is actively talking about what the state's testimony was. There was conversations about how we went sidebar about hearsay objections in that as well. These articles specifically talk about what was said and what was not said in trial, what came out during trial as well. Again, these are not just family members. These are defense witnesses, one of which has been excluded that I'm hoping to take the deposition of today, who very well be, and I will remind the court, only a few weeks ago, Ms. Link herself said that she was talking to the child about the case. There are huge issues when it comes to witnesses speaking about the case prior to and during and after their testimony, and there's a reason that the rule of sequestration exists. There's a reason the only person allowed in a trial during other witnesses' testimony is the defendant and not other witnesses. So that way they don't change their testimony to corroborate other testimony. That is what this is showing, that Crystal Barreto is actively watching this case, actively, whether it's on a live stream because Your Honor kicked her off of the Zoom, posting about it. There's no commentary, sure, but there's a difference for, like I said before, being scared for your sibling because they're facing charges versus violating rules, and that is clear as day here.
What's your response to us?
Judge, my response is what I just saw in the email from the state shows that a post was shared. That's it. So you can certainly inquire.
Multiple posts.
Multiple posts were shared. That doesn't mean she viewed it. That doesn't mean she consumed it. You can inquire, but
There's no.
Isn't one remedy to call this, to have her called back and the state can impeach her?
No, I think the actual remedy here would be exclude all of her testimony.
Okay, that sounds like a nuclear option also, Mr. Bouvier.
Judge, I don't know how many times we have to have somebody violate things, do things they're not supposed to. There is, the other remedy would be what? To impeach her and say, you watched this case?
Bring her back in. Bring her back in. Bring Crystal back in.
Crystal, correct?
Yes.
I think she may have gone downstairs. She's not out there, Joe, but I'll
Can you bring Ms. Perez back in here also? Ms. Perez, just use that podium there. You're still on the road, okay? Did you talk to anybody before you testified here today about what you would be testifying to?
Did I talk to anybody? No, because I didn't know what I was supposed to be testifying to.
Did you watch any coverage of this trial?
No, I did not.
I have to open it up to the lawyers to question you to see if any witness, including you, has been talking to each other, because that's not allowed. Once the rule of sequestration has been invoked, witnesses are not supposed to talk to each other about the case. For obvious reasons, they can't match up their stories, right, or their testimony. They also can't know what other witnesses testified to, because that would affect their testimony. That sort of makes sense, right?
Yes, it does.
So let me see if the lawyers have any questions for you.
Xavier.
Yeah, you guys, you go first.
Ms. Perez, how did you get here today?
I came by car.
Who did you drive with?
I drove with my daughter Crystal.
Did you and Crystal discuss the case in your testimony on the way over here?
No, I just got here at 5 o'clock. I got to her house at 5, and then my sister is the one who brought me from the airport to here, and then I went to sleep for a while, and then we were on our way.
Were you watching the YouTube channel that records the entire trials?
No. Actually, I don't live here. I'm with the kids, so I'm not going to put the YouTube channel on.
Are you aware of Ms. Moreno watching the YouTube channels that capture the entire trials?
No, I don't know. I just got here today.
5-10 minutes ago, when you were excused from your testimony, were you and Crystal and your other family members watching this trial actively on YouTube and laughing out loud?
No, I told her I got put out, and I don't know what's going on. That's what I told her. I said, I don't know what's going on. They told me to leave.
What were they doing?
I don't know.
You don't know what they were doing?
No, they were sitting there.
On their phone?
Yeah, I think so.
So you couldn't hear anything?
No. Ma'am, I just approached them and told them, they asked me, why are we out here again? I said, I don't know what's going on. Why? She goes, oh, they were laughing. They said, oh, you probably said something, or you just kept running on, and then Mr. Tomas told me to go sit on the other side.
They didn't ask you about your testimony?
No. They didn't. No.
You know you're under oath, correct, Ms. Perez?
Yes, sir. He should know. He was standing out there right by me. And I told my granddaughter, look, go outside.
And was PJ in the middle of them?
I don't think so.
Where was PJ?
He was sitting with them outside.
So, when I asked if PJ was
He's supposed to. He's only 11. Do you want him to sit by himself?
So, Ms. Perez, when I asked you if PJ was in the middle of all of that, you said no.
In the middle of all of what?
Was he with them when this was going on?
When they asked me why I got put out?
When they asked you why you got put out, when they were on their phones, when they were outside?
Ma'am, I don't know what they were looking at on their phone, first of all. What he saw or heard, I don't know. I just walked right out the door, and Mr. Tomas came a few minutes later and says, you're not supposed to be sitting together or else they're going to think you're talking. I didn't talk to anybody. I just walked up to them and said, I don't know, I got put out right now. I don't know what's going on.
Ms. Perez, what's in your hand?
Oh, my cell phone.
No, what paperwork is in your hand?
I don't know. Am I supposed to have this?
Ms. Perez, what paperwork is in your hand?
My testimony, my deposition, right?
Ms. Perez, who gave you your deposition in the middle of your testimony that you are not testifying?
Yeah, I didn't have this. I just came in with it right now.
Judge, who gave it to you? Who gave it to you, Ms. Perez?
Aren't I supposed to have this?
Ms. Perez, who gave you your deposition?
Hold on, we're not going to get back and forth.
I don't know what's going on. Am I not supposed to have this?
You can have it. Where did you get it?
I thought I got it from the attorney.
Judge, she thought she got it? Judge, she's not.
Wait a minute.
I'm done with your question.
Judge, Ms. Price.
What?
About 5-10 minutes ago, when you finished up with your testimony, who handed you that deposition?
I've had this in my hand, but...
While you were testifying?
No, I had it was outside.
Right. Who handed it to you when you walked back outside?
I don't remember.
Okay, so...
And I'm being honest with you.
Right. I can tell you because I watched it.
Okay. Yeah, I thought you were watching for something, but I didn't know what it was.
Lady Lynn gave it to you.
Oh, did she? Okay.
And Lady Lynn was sitting right next to TJ.
Okay.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, I don't know.
And then you were actively looking at a computer with a live feed of the YouTube feed from Long.
I was?
Yes.
No, I was not. I just walked out the door. How is it that I watched a live feed when I just walked out the door?
When you walked up to Lady Lynn, she handed that to you, and there was a live YouTube feed from Long Crime. Do you remember that?
No, I don't. And you know what? I'm going to say something. That is the truth and the God's honest truth. I just approached them. They asked me what was wrong. And you know what? I am so exhausted with you, sir. I got here at 5 in the morning. I didn't hold a conversation with no one. I passed out when I got to my daughter's house. Then, if somebody even handed me this right now, I wasn't even paying attention to that. And now you're accusing me of watching a live feed? You think that I would allow that little boy to watch a live feed? That's insanity what you're saying right here now. I would never do that.
You're not going to get that. Do you know why you're not going to get that? Because you have to lay the reason to do it. Do you understand? We don't go from 0 to 10 like this.
Judge, I would ask that this witness be excused before we make further.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we give the other side an opportunity before we start making requests in front of the witness?
I wasn't making a request. I just asked.
Mr. Maria made the request, right? Why don't we just measure our words and our requests? Mr. Tomas, do you want to hear from Ms. Perez?
Briefly, Judge. Ms. Perez, earlier today, when I first saw you, I gave you a copy of your deposition and I asked you to look through it, correct?
Right.
And that was well before you testified.
Right.
Have you looked at any of that since you began testifying?
No, actually, I've been walking around with it in my hand, sir. I tried to look at it, and guess what? I didn't. That's why I'm asking them to read it to me, because I didn't read it.
Alright, thank you. Please go sit outside.
Okay.
I think Crystal's out there now.
Here. Let me give this to you because...
Ms. Perez, I want to remind you, don't talk about your testimony with any other witness.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Let's bring Ms. Perez in. Ms. Perez, please expose me, please. You're still under oath from earlier today. You're still under oath from earlier today.
Okay.
5 days ago or so, you shared some posts from coverage of this trial on your Facebook page.
Yes.
Did you watch them?
No.
I only post them because people always coming to me about my sister, asking about, think about the trial. So anytime I see anything that's on my feed that just pops up, I guess, because pops up on my Facebook feed, I just share it to my story or share it to my page.
You did not watch any of the coverage?
No. Well, I was told I couldn't watch anything of the trial.
Did you talk to any witness about your testimony before testifying?
About my testimony?
Did you talk to any other witness, such as your mother or Laineen, about your testimony before you testified?
No.
Did any other witness talk to you about their testimony, such as Laineen or your mother, before they testified?
No.
I have to open it up to the lawyers to see if they have any questions for you.
Okay.
When you said that's how you were done testifying, did you watch the live feed too?
No, I was just scrolling through my Facebook.
Okay, so you never looked at YouTube?
When I went outside after I was done testifying? No.
So if I have no further questions, then I will be on the witness.
Okay. Do you have any questions, sir? All right, you go ahead and sit outside. Who's the other witness you can call?
I'm going to be calling on direct.
All right, bring me to the president.
I was going to pop in here and say one thing this is doing, this is delaying the trial. I mean, this has been going on. The jury must be thinking, like, what the heck is going on? They've been out for like an hour, 40, 50 minutes. While all this has been going on. It's like an hour. It's over an hour since they were let go. No, that's not true. 50 minutes.
Can someone please give a sheet of the record?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe he's just trying to get our witness.
We're going on 45 plus minutes. Here we go. Is this Mr. Perez?
It is, yes.
She's at the podium. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that's given?
I do.
State your question then.
Can you please give me the record?
Andres Perez.
And Mr. Perez, where do you work?
I work for the State Attorney's Office here in Miami.
How long have you worked there?
Oh, well, in total, 3 years, give or take.
Now, a few moments ago, can you describe to the court what you saw?
Right, so I was heading over to the courtroom across the hallway, courtroom 2-1, for a hearing that was scheduled for 1 p.m. I would say approximately a couple minutes before that, as I was walking down the hallway, I recognized a witness who had previously testified in this trial. She is a female. She was wearing a shirt that has like squares, patterns on it. In my knowledge, it was the witness before the one you just had.
How do you know that?
I've been watching somewhat from my office. I have the YouTube feed on for Long Crime Productions. So I recognized that the witness was watching the live feed also of the other witness that was testifying. And I knew that it was that because I recognized this courtroom. I'm familiar with YouTube. I have an iPhone. She was watching it on an iPhone. So pretty sure what I saw.
Were there any males present as well?
There was. So she was sort of lounging with her leg up on the bench right outside and laying on a male.
Now, to be clear, you're in a charge, right?
Yes.
And you have a bar card?
I do.
And you have to take an oath that is different than other people when they come to testify.
Correct. I am an officer of the court.
And if you were to lie in court, there would be significant consequences even outside of the court.
Oh, yeah.
I have no further questions.
Is there any questions for this Mr. Perez?
How far were you away from this hearing?
So she was literally sitting on the bench right outside of the courtroom I was going into, so I walked right past her, arm's length.
Okay, did you stick your head in to look at her phone?
No, but I was very familiar with what she was looking at because I had seen it also, which was this courtroom, the proceedings.
Did you hear anything?
No.
Okay. And what was she wearing?
She was wearing, I don't mean to be rude, but she's a heavier set woman. She had like I'm not good with women's clothing, I don't know, but the sort of the design was like squares that are like gold.
Thank you. All right.
I don't know what that is, sorry.
Okay. So was she sitting down? Was she leaning back? Which way was she facing?
So she was, if I'm walking towards you, she was lounging on the bench with her back towards me so that her phone was facing me as I walked past her.
She was lounging facing in this direction?
Away from me, so that as I walked past her, I could see her phone because her phone was facing me as I walked past.
You couldn't hear anything?
No, I couldn't hear.
All right, and you saw, what exactly is it you saw on her phone?
I saw she was on YouTube, which I'm familiar with because I have YouTube on my phone. I know she was on a live stream because she had the comment section open and it was scrolling pretty fast, consistent with a live stream, with a live chat. And I recognized that the image on the video was this courtroom.
Was she the only person watching that stream?
You know, I don't know if she was the only one watching it. I don't know if the male that she was lounging on was also kind of looking, but he didn't seem to be paying too much attention to it.
The male that she was lounging with, was he an adult?
Yes.
Other than this woman and this male, was anybody else watching that stream?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. And you said this was, when was this?
Right before my hearing, as I walked in, my hearing was scheduled for 1, so I was probably maybe a couple of minutes before 1. I don't know the exact time.
You don't know the exact time. Okay, that's all I have.
Before you go, was the volume on the live stream?
Wasn't audible, and I can't tell you if she was wearing headphones because I didn't pay that close either.
From where you were standing, you didn't hear anything?
No, I didn't.
No sounds from the live feed?
I did not hear anything.
Anyone want to follow up based on what I just asked? You can step outside. Thank you. Say you can go first.
Sure. So I think that it is very obvious that Ursula Burrito lied to the court.
So you want me to still remove her testimony from this jury's consideration?
I really don't know the other remedy here because if Ms. Burrito is questioned on the stand about whether or not she was watching things, posting things, etc., I'm going to be calling Mr. Perez as a witness to say that he saw her watching a YouTube feed afterwards. We know already that she was logging into Zoom. That is on the record from a few days prior. We know that she was actively posting about this case during the middle of the trial. 5 days ago, I think it is highly unlikely that she did not click any of the links, that she did not post, or did not do this, watch any of those videos, do any of those things, when we know for a fact that she just lied to the court. We know that for a fact. We had an attorney come in, under oath, said, I watched this happen, and he was very forthcoming in the things that he did and did not see. Ms. Burrito, on the other hand, lied to this court.
Okay, so what do you want to do? Throw out all her testimony? That cannot be the remedy. The issue right now is whether or not twofold, whether or not there's been a violation of the rule of sequestration, number one. What the remedy is, if you all believe there has been a violation, you can call whatever witnesses you want and impeach them. Or bring out that they are conforming their testimony with outside influence.
Then I'm going to ask the court.
Or you want me to do a contempt hearing for her lying to the court, supposedly.
Yes.
What do I do with her testimony? What remedy do you want?
Judge, I'm looking at case law about what the actual remedy is, because quite frankly, I have never had such blatant violations.
One is very obvious. Ms. Burrito, you know that you're not supposed to be looking at other outside information, speaking to other witnesses so that you can testify independently. Did you do that? Maybe she says yes, maybe she says no.
She said no, and she lied.
Then you may be able to cross-examine her on her posting. All right, that's a suggestion. Mr. Tomas.
So, Judge, I don't think it's been established that she was able to hear anything that happened. Perhaps she could have read some of these comments. I don't think these comments would inform her on anything that she's not supposed to here, so I'm not sure that she violated the rule of sequestration based on.
Do you agree with me that my approach is twofold, whether or not there's been a violation of the rule of sequestration, number one, or whether or not she's lied to the court?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So with regards to the rule of sequestration, your suggestion on my remedy to the state, they can bring her back and or Mr. Perez to somehow suggest or argue to the jury that her testimony was not as truthful because she may have been looking at live feed after she testified, and or had been posting about this story, the trial 5 days before she testified. That would be 2 lines of inquiry.
Judge, that's fine, I guess, and I would suggest that we do a full contempt hearing for her lying to the court, but there's an additional issue of witnesses who have not yet testified and not yet been deposed being involved in this. I went, again, as an officer of the court, I stepped outside to use the restroom, and I saw Ms. Perez being handed her deposition transcript by Ms. Gonzalez, while PJ was sitting right next to her.
And what is wrong or illegal about that? If we know witnesses are allowed to have a copy of the deposition, don't most witnesses reserve their right to read it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so what is wrong with her having a copy of the deposition?
That is not the issue. The issue is, PJ hasn't given a deposition. As far as I'm concerned, he's not a witness in this case. Right, we can revisit it if and when that time comes, but at this point in time, he is not a witness in this case as far as I'm concerned. We are supposed to be taking his deposition. When? I don't know. But him having access to that deposition, having access to YouTube, having his family members violate the rules of sequestration, which I think that we well established that they have.
How do we know he's reading the deposition? How do we know he's looking at the YouTube live feed with Crystal? How do we know they're talking to them about this case?
We know that Ms. Link herself was talking to him about his testimony. She said that 2 weeks ago.
How do I know right now what's before the court? Because I've been at this for about an hour now on possible violation of sequestration. How do I know without jumping, speculating that PJ, they've been talking to him about his testimony or their testimony, thereby unduly influencing him?
Judge, circumstantial evidence is still evidence, number one. And number two, again, Ms. Link has actively told this court that she was talking to the witness about his testimony. That's how.
There's no evidence at this time that there's been any violation of the rule of sequestration. If you want to somehow bring back Ms. Moreno to ask her if she's been posting and or observing coverage of this trial because she's posted it on Facebook, to somehow make an argument to the jury that she is changing or conforming her testimony based on outside influence, you're more than welcome to do that. I'll deal with, I'm ruling right now. I'm done. We're done. We went back and forth. I am ruling right now.
That's Perez, Judge.
That's it. Nothing else.
We haven't discussed anything with Perez.
Well, I'm not there yet, am I? I don't see any violation of the rule of sequestration unless you all want to bring her in regarding the Facebook posts and or what she saw. Ms. Perez, she's allowed to have the deposition transcripts. There's no evidence or influence. There's nothing before me that suggests that she was trying to change her testimony before she comes back on the witness stand. Okay. If you all want to question her about whether or not Mr. Tomas talked to her about her testimony prior to, I think that's allowed Mr. Tomas.
He's absolutely allowed to.
Then I don't know what your remedy, what you all want me to do a remedy for Ms. Perez.
The jury instructions specifically can say that a witness speaking to a lawyer should not be given any weight, because it is entirely proper.
So what do you want me to make of her having a copy of her deposition?
Sure, it's not just her having a deposition. It's not. And the court is focusing on her having a deposition. I give every single one of my witnesses before they testify a
So
copy of
what's
their
your remedy? We brought her in here. We questioned her. You all cross-examined her.
And
what did she do wrong, and how do you want me to fix it?
She lied to the court.
About what?
If you want to swear me in, feel free, because I can testify.
So you want me to have a contempt hearing with Ms. Perez?
I think so. And you need to have one for Crystal Brady, because again, she lied to the court.
Okay, we'll take that up later on. I need to get this case concluded.
Because we can't conclude a trial, a proper and fair and impartial trial, with witnesses actively violating the rules.
I suggested a remedy for Crystal. You're not giving me a remedy for Ms. Perez because there's nothing before the court right now. That suggestion has violated the rules of sequestration. We just went on an hour-long evidentiary escapade, and I'm looking at the state and I'm saying, what's your remedy? You all are taking me up on Barreto. There's nothing for me to remedy on Perez. There's nothing for me to remedy Perez. Maybe I have a contempt hearing with her at the end of the trial.
Judge, can the state present a remedy for Perez, please?
What's your remedy for Perez?
Judge, given the fact that she was giving her deposition in the middle of live testimony, which is not allowed, the state should be allowed to, on cross-examination, ask this witness, when you stepped outside on a break, were you given a copy of your deposition? Who gave you a copy of your deposition? Your family members. Did you review that deposition? Do you know that you were live in testimony on trial?
Ask away. I don't know what's going to come out of her mouth. Ask away. Let's take a 10-minute break. You all probably need a comfort break and sleep needs a comfort break. Also, I'm not letting anybody else into Zoom. If any lawyer wants to come and watch, whoever's in is in, whoever wants to come and watch, my doors of the courtroom have been open since the beginning. Thank you.
All rise.
That was just bonkers, you guys. Bonkers. I've never seen anything like that before. Ever. Even outside of streaming. We've never streamed anything like that. I've never seen anything like that. I'm sure it happens. I know it happens, but wow, they were literally just like yelling at each other. I mean, there was just no decorum, no nothing. I just, wow. I don't even know where to unpack it. State said that they saw Crystal looking at her phone, watching YouTube. Unfortunately, it was Law and Crime, not Trial TV Live, so that's a ding on her. Next time, watch Trial TV Live. But then they brought both Josephina and Crystal in, and they determined that Crystal was lying. Okay, posting because people are asking her, and it pops up in her feed, so she just shares it. She was told she couldn't watch anything. So that's where she lied. She was told that she couldn't watch anything, and yet an outside attorney who had nothing to do with this case, was walking by and saw her lounging with her leg over somebody, with a guy, watching Law and Crime. So that's where they got her lying. Ultimately, the judge says she's not going to rule against a violation, but the state wants to have a contempt later down the road. At a later point, they want to get her on contempt. And then Mom was also, they brought Mom back in, Josephina, and she's still on the stand, don't forget. we left with Josephina on the stand here. Josephina, they wanted to know if Pedro Jr. was there. It doesn't seem like he was. But Mom went off too. Mom was like, she's tired. She's like, I'm exhausted with you. Talking to the state attorney, I'm exhausted with you. Apparently she had a copy of the deposition, but she doesn't know who handed it to her. And apparently that's okay. You're allowed to have a copy of a transcript of your deposition. I didn't know that. That's new. That's a new one to me. Ooh, man, oh man, oh man. Wow. Just unbelievable. Hellrider, yeah. I need a break after that. That was crazy. Run with Scissors. Oh my God. Mom is like, well, now I see where Daisy gets it. Wow, Mom, it does not back down. Mom is like in the middle of court, just like throwing back at the state. I mean, I would be like shrinking. What am I here for? Why am I in trouble? Mom's just like, yeah, I'm exhausted. Basically, F you, calling me a liar. I mean, I guess I would get upset too if you're like, wait a minute, you're calling me a liar? I didn't do that. What are you talking about? So I asked, well, how much do you believe Ms. Perez's story? 35% thought iffy, 26% thought somewhat, 23% said not at all, 16% said believable. And then, is there a reason for a mistrial with what's happening right now? 71% of us said yes, 29% said no. Man, oh man. Yeah, Crunchy, it is. I swear I've never ever seen that before. Fur Babies, Judge Everett would have handled in 10 minutes. Yeah, it's really interesting, the different judges. I don't know. I'm not sure how Kranick would, Everett, Bereski. I'm not sure. Not sure how Judge Bev, how would she handle this? I agree with that, Crash. Yeah, there's appellate issues everywhere. That's what I think too. I'm seeing it, but I don't know. Josephine's one of your favorite songs by the Wallflowers. Lord Roan, yeah, it got a little spicy there. Got a little spicy, and the jury's been out for over an hour. Judge is right. They broke like an hour. Now they've broken an hour and 8 minutes. Hour and 8 minutes and counting. So, Miss Baba Yaga put up a poll asking if this should go to a mistrial. We did. We just did one. Sorry you missed it. Yeah, we just did one. I just closed it. Is there a reason for a mistrial with what's happening right now? 71% said yes, 29% said no. So Miss Baba Yaga, tell us what you think. If you think there should be a mistrial or not. Let me know what you think. Just unbelievable. Hey, what's up, Alien? Good to see you. Thank you for joining. Wow. Northwest, I feel sorry for the two kids with grandma. Crochet Nana says, not a courtroom, but a circus. Just unbelievable. Well, tell us what would you have said? What's your vote? Tell us what would your vote be? We'll add it to. Would you say yes to a mistrial or no? I, as a layperson, I can't believe that there's not appellate issues all over the place. I mean, but that's just me. Maybe a lawyer would be like, yeah, no, that was fine. They just got heated and they were arguing their case, CCG TV. This is better battle of the egos, maybe. Yeah, a battle of the egos, right? Green-eyed cat. I watched everything I could find on Oscar Pistorius. Oh yeah, interesting. Yeah, remember that guy? Battle, yes, battle. Northwest, in your opinion, this judge, there won't be a mistrial. No, I guess maybe. No, she's not going to call a mistrial. I guess maybe it was misworded. Do you think it will be appealed? Do you think she'll get another trial? Maybe that's more to the point. Angelo, I'm not up to date with this trial. Just joined in. It's just crazy. It's crazy. It's very interesting. A, how Pedro got shot, and then B, how they're. I mean, she doesn't have anybody stand. Judge Jean, I'm going to go with Judge Jean. She doesn't have anybody stand, so the lawyers are just like, they're just sitting back like this, arguing. They're just hanging out, talking, which is very strange to me. I've never really seen that before either. Usually you stand, but they'd be like whack-a-moles. They'd be like whack-a-lawyer. They'd be jumping up and down every 2 seconds if they had to stand. But I've never really seen them just sit before like that. Ed says, does anyone know what YouTube? It was Law and Crime. It was that other channel. He said it was Law and Crime. Yeah, points against Crystal for not watching Trial TV Live. Come on. You should be watching Trial TV Live. I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. That's just incredible. All right. Yeah, the judge needs a break after all of that. Everybody needs a break after that. Just go into your respective corners. So don't forget, Josephine Mom, she's still on the stand. I'm sorry, Josefina. Josefina Perez is still on the stand. She's on the stand because would it surprise you to know that she told detectives she decided to go pick him up? And then that's when the judge said no, sidebar. So the judge called the sidebar and the jury left and Josefina left. And then they were trying to impeach her. Then it got into this whole thing of Josefina's watching the trial. So hold on. So went to wash hands and heard laughter, and each defense witness is out there. So they had everybody leave, and they were going to talk to Josefina, or they were going to talk about would it surprise you that your daughter told detectives she didn't decide to go pick up Pedro, and then it just went sideways. I mean, just went completely sideways. They were supposed to talk about these text messages, and Josephina saying, how really terrible a mother Daisy is, and that she was going to go get the kids because of Daisy, and how terrible a mother she is, basically. That she didn't even go there to help her daughter because she was in fear for her daughter's life. She was actually going there to get the kids probably away from Daisy. It kind of seems like that's where they were going. And then State comes back in and says, I went to wash my hands and I heard laughter and each defense witness is out there talking. And like I said, it just went off the rails from there. They were watching a YouTube feed. You're asking me to pause, have the jury hang out for another 30 minutes. Guess what? The jury did. The jury did hang out. There's screenshots that sister was on Facebook that she's actively posting. I mean, it just went off. It just went off from there. And then Crystal came in. And then Josephina came in. So Crystal said, no, I'm not watching anything. I was told not to watch anything. So that's kind of the update. Whew. Exactly, Amber. That's it. Straight to jail for not watching Trial TV Live. Come on now. Come on. And a Facebook feed as well. Exactly. Pamela, so how did the prosecution, I could not understand, we're here yesterday. So how did the prosecution, so I could not understand, we're here yesterday. I'm not quite sure I understand that. I don't quite understand that quite. I'm sorry. I don't quite understand that. Virginia, no, they're not finished for the day. That's the thing. They still have to get through these witnesses. They've got witnesses here from out of state. So they said they're going to stay in the county, which is Miami-Dade. But no, they still have witnesses to get through, and then they're going to rest. I mean, they're supposed to rest today. I think they're planning on resting. They still have to deposition poor Pedro Jr. The state hasn't even depositioned that poor little guy. So then there's that. Lord Roan, guilty of watching Law and Crime. That's fine. But if you're ever at a court and you're testifying, you just happen to be lounging around, make sure that you're watching Trial TV Live so that an attorney can come by and say, hey, you were watching Trial TV Live, not some other channel. Sweet Vampy. Happy you got a laugh out of my comments. Just incredible. Angelo, thanks for your update. Yeah, no problem. No problem. All right, yeah, no spoilers on Bianca. We're going to watch her afterwards. I see they're in, their closing arguments have happened, so no spoilers. No spoilers, please. We will delete your message. Crunchy says, I backed up to Crystal testimony. Is that a good place to pick up? Yeah. Well, Laylene was first. If you can afford to go back that far, go back to Laylene. She was the niece. But Crystal's good. Yeah, you could start there. Crystal's good. Yep. Start there.
My intention is to bring back Ms. Josephina Perez and continue with her testimony. You all want to call any other witness? Like that.
So Mr. Perez does want to make one correction to this testimony as an officer.
The pleadings are closed. I've already ruled. Put it in writing. File a motion to reconsider.
No, Judge, that's not what it is. He wants to make a correction because I will be calling him in rebuttal. He wants to, as an officer of the court, if he got something wrong, he would like to let the court know the time that he said his attorney was incorrect.
Did you let Mr. Tomas know?
He told me that 15 minutes ago.
Inform Mr. Tomas in front of us.
Would you like me to tell the first then in open court?
You can say it as loud as you want, and I can hear it.
Okay. So during my testimony, I stated that my hearing was at 1 p.m. It was actually at 2 p.m. And the things I testified to were shortly before 2 p.m. That's it.
All right, thank you. So let's go ahead and see if Ms. Perez is outside. Who's going to go there first?
Okay.
Jason, right? Jason? He can go get it. Can you help us with Josephina Perez? He's one of our court reporters.
And Judge, I'm allowed to inquire about what we said was the state's remedy, right?
Yes, but I don't know what's going to come out of her mouth. Remember? We talked about that also.
Understood, Judge.
Josefina, Josefina.
Okay, Ms. Burge, you got on the witness stand. Thank you, Mr. McAdoo.
All rise for the jury.
All our counsel, thank you for being seated. Ms. Burge is still on the witness stand. The state shall continue her testimony.
Yes, Judge. Now, Ms. Perez, when we took a break, you stepped outside, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, couldn't hear you.
Yes, yes.
And when you stepped outside, isn't it true that you were given a copy of your deposition?
Yes.
And you were given a copy of your deposition by your granddaughter?
Right.
The young lady who testified here earlier?
Yes.
And she gave you a copy of that deposition knowing that you were still in the middle of your testimony?
Speculation.
Sorry, what's the question?
She gave you a copy of that deposition knowing that you were still in the middle of your testimony?
Sitting, hold on, sustain, re-ask the question, please.
Did she know you were testifying still?
I don't think she knows what the rules are for, so she just handed something to me and I put it right next to me.
Ms. Perez, my question was, did she know you were still testifying right now?
Does she know right now?
Did she know you were still testifying?
On the case right now?
Yes.
I believe so.
So when you stepped outside, did you tell her you were on a break?
I didn't tell. I just told her that we got put out. You didn't give me like any instructions if I was on a break or anything.
Right. So when you told her you got put out, is when she
Ma'am,
decided to
I don't know any of your rules and regulations.
Ms.
You
Perez,
just said go outside, and she handed it to me. That's it.
I understand what you're saying. My question is, when you told her you got put out, she then proceeds to give you a copy of your deposition.
She just handed me the document, and that's it.
So she gave you the document.
Right.
Did she tell you to do anything with the document? Did she tell you to read it?
No, she didn't tell me anything.
And Ms. Perez, you used to be a clerk for Miami-Dade?
Objection, relevance.
So hold on, sustain. She's gonna ask another question.
So I want to talk about what you didn't see, okay, Ms. Perez? On the night before Pedro was shot, your daughter came to pick you up. Crystal?
Say it again. Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Before Pedro was shot, your daughter Crystal came to pick you up.
It was her husband that was driving.
So Crystal never picked you up?
I called her to pick me up.
Okay, so Crystal wasn't in the car?
I don't think so.
So it was just her husband who was in the car?
Yeah, and my granddaughter.
Okay, so Crystal wasn't in the car. So her husband came to pick you up?
Right.
And you left?
Yes.
So you didn't see what happened between Pedro and Daisy after that?
No, I didn't.
You didn't see Daisy shoot Pedro?
No, I didn't see anything.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, let's see if
Ms. Perez, you were asked a while ago about the barbecue that you were going to have with some family members. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Again, you were here from Texas. Did you have, besides Daisy, did you have other family members who you don't get to see very often because you live in another state?
Right.
And your intention was to move Daisy back to Texas without Pedro finding out, correct?
Right.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
you can step down. Thank you.
I'm done? Thank you, ma'am.
Just need to talk, I don't think she's gonna be so quick, we'll just talk to the lawyers sidebar about scheduling.
She's going to talk to the lawyers about scheduling. Hold on, I got to close this curtain. So they are supposed to still have Pedro Jr. or PJ, as they're saying, but the state still has to depose him. So they may be done for the day. They may be done. They may be done for the day. Yeah, like mother, like daughter. I would not want to tangle with her. Yeah, she is. She is, Hell Rider. She is one tough woman. I would not want to tangle with her. She would rip me up and shred me in seconds. And I mean that in full respect. Full respect.
That it was a shorter day than we had planned. So we'll still plan on going from 10:30 to 5:30 tomorrow. Confirm the court's instructions about not talking about the space with anybody else, not looking up the space. We obviously know that the cameras are here and it's being monitored and covered. So please don't do any research online, for example. If you find out of any violations, court orders, bring it to my attention as well as Roberto. Please ignore anyone that you may have seen. And also, don't listen to any of the lawyers or this link, please ignore them. They're under strict instructions to ignore you. So we'll take your notepads and Roberto will collect them after the day. And we will see you all tomorrow. So start at 10:30. Thank you. Have a good rest.
All right, you're adjourned.
Oh, come on. After all of that, here we go.
And investigation into anything that he may or may not say.
Let me ask you this. What if he appears tomorrow and he's ready to testify? What do I do? Let's say I go along with you and but he's here tomorrow. What do I do?
He's not a witness. And the court is requiring me to take a deposition at 4 o'clock that I am ill prepared for.
Well, let's focus on the issue of David Perez. Let's talk about PJ. Let's just focus on David Perez.
David Perez and PJ go hand in hand. The reason why is because my hands are being tied. I'm being forced to take a deposition that I'm still prepared to take at this point in time because I've been in trial all day. If David Perez magically shows up tomorrow at 9 a.m., I'm going to be ill prepared to take his deposition because I have not actually prepared to take his deposition. The 4 or 5 depositions that I take, I had to do and sit and do research into what those people were saying. There are reasons I asked the questions I did. I do not know David Perez. What he says, John Smith was also here. I'm going to want to talk to John Smith. This is why depositions do not occur in the middle of a trial. This is why witnesses get excluded. And quite frankly, Your Honor, I'd be hard-pressed to see what would happen on the reverse if I magically made witnesses appear that were excluded in the middle of trial.
The rules are different for the state as they are for the defense.
Judge, I can.
That's law school 101. Hold on, I waited for you. Please let me respond because you're done with your thoughts. Mr. Perez has been set for deposition prior. Has he not?
3 times.
All right, so you're telling me that you were not prepared those 3 times that you set him for deposition?
That's not what I said. I said I would be ill prepared tomorrow if he magically shows up. And you're right, the rules are very different obligation-wise for defense and state. But the rules for discovery for defendants say they are listing people they intend to call as witnesses. David Perez is not a witness in this case. And if the court is, this would essentially be, at this point in time, trial by ambush, because there's a difference between proffering what someone is going to say versus what they actually say and testify to under penalty for agreeing to that position in that trial. I don't know what he's actually going to say. I have a general idea of what he's going to say. The proffer is, but I don't actually know what he's going to say. I don't know who else was there. I do not know anything about his conversations with Ms. Lynn via jail call or in his text messages as well, which is avenues that I'm going to want to explore.
Your objections are for the record. If it shows up tomorrow, we're just taking one setting at a time. Isabella, you can stay later on for PJ's deposition. Okay, so you guys can have my courtroom for PJ's deposition. The state will accommodate us meaning all the parties, Mr. Delas, regarding recording it on Zoom. Okay, so Ms. Lynn cannot be present for that deposition. So I'm sure corrections will give you a few minutes to work, and then once you're done speaking to her, you all will bring in please remind, well, I reminded Ms. Flores as well as Ms. Flores and obviously he reminded the county, so please have them back there tomorrow in the event that I need to have any more interactions with them or report periods. All right? Thank you all. I'll see you tomorrow.
Have a good one, Coach.
All right, there's one mic in that room, and it's like right there where the admin is like suffering. They all have mics, but I think the only one that's working is the one that's like right there, right by the corner, right there. I think that's the only mic that's working. What's up, Houdini? Hi. Come here. Come say hello. Hi. Come say hello. Come say hello to everybody. That was Houdini that just stepped on my keyboard. That little interlude was brought to you by Houdini stepping on my keyboard. All right, they're done for the day here.
Yeah, so you guys aren't.
Well, we are, it's just you won't get your transcripts.
Yeah, I'll do that.
It's okay. No, I understand.
I need them. We're going to probably go to trial. It's not your fault.
Yeah. You could also set it for tomorrow. She doesn't.
No, she wants to get this over with.
That's what I heard. All I know is we won't get it in the morning for sure. It's a cut off 4.
All right, now it's official. Houdini is in the house. All right, now it's official. So, let's close this dumpster fire. This was absolutely amazing. And we're going to go pick up on Bianca But we're not. We're going to show testimony from Friday and today. I mean, there's a lot going on. But we're going to close up here. We got a redirect going on. This was absolutely an unbelievable day. I'm just blown away at what happened today. Oh, okay. Riker's jumping off where she shouldn't be jumping off, but she's doing what? She's doing better. All right, I'm going to, as always, I leave you with kitties. Here's one. This is Sid. It's a good girl. Come here, Fed. Fed's over there, trying to go get some sun. I got little Riker. She's behind me. I don't know if you can't quite see her. Yeah, she's back there. Anyway, she's doing a lot better. She still has a little bit of a limp, but not too bad. But come on, look at this little girl. Just hanging. All right, you guys. Thank you for joining us. We're going to end this day. This was absolutely amazing. We're going to be back tomorrow. But we have a redirect for Bianca. We're going to go pick up on her, but we're going to play testimony because we missed a lot. So we're going to go we're going to go over to Bianca. So thank you guys for joining. Thank you for all the super stickers, the gifted memberships, for all that you guys do, keeping our chat respectful. And then also to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to everybody watching. I really appreciate you hanging out with us today. We're going to set up a portal. We're going to go over to Bianca Ellis, and we're going to go see what's going on there. So we got it set for 4:30. I just need a quick moment to recompose, and then we will see you guys over there. So thank you for watching, and we will see you over at Bianca Ellis, and if not, we'll see you tomorrow at 10:15 for day 5. It's gonna get even more wild, I'm sure. All right, guys, have a good one. We'll see you soon. Bye.